This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Good evening, and welcome. What's going on, everybody? Yep, I have a Grady Judd clip again. Press conference, we'll do that first. And then after that, we'll go over the three interrogations of, well, it wasn't really interrogation, the questioning of Alex, Lori, and Tylee after the shooting of Charles. Alright. So I'm going to turn down the super chat, the Streamlabs super chat thing during that. So, you know, it won't make any noise or anything like that. But if you'd still like to help the channel, even during all of these different interviews and so forth, that'd be great. No, but we're only going to stop it here and there and comment. You know how that goes. Oh, look at that right off the bat. Thank you, Nicole Wilson. Oh, wow, you're out of town, huh? Well, even out of town, you're helping out. Thanks. Whoa! The UFO. There it goes.
Wanted to support the Freak family. I am out of town but will be listening.
Very cool. Thank you. Yeah, so here's what I thought. Well, first I'm going to play the Grady Judd, but what we'll do on this one is we'll play, remember the video that I made a long time ago? We'll play the 911 call and then show some of this, and then I'll skip it forward to some of the, like the key moment for me is when he was like, Alex said a comment about how, let's see, it was, like he accused me of something. And then he said, well, about what? And then he sort of stopped because he realized that was a track he didn't want to go down, and the officer didn't he did press him on it one time but let him off the hook. And then we'll switch it over to the Lori and Tylee portion, and then we'll go into the interview. So then you get a feel of what was going on that day right at the scene, and then the interviews that took place later in the evening. I think they were all being interviewed, well, two of them were being interviewed at the same time, just in different rooms. Alright, so anyways, let me do the Grady Judd part first. I actually edited, I made sort of an edited version where there's different camera angles. Alright, but this is just another case that he just is reporting on, basically. I mean, he's like better than any reporter there is, right? I mean, especially since he has the inside information, but he actually tells you just about everything. I haven't watched all of it, but we'll do it right now.
Hello everyone, thank you for being with me on this Friday so that I can bring you up to speed on a awful murder that we had. Let me introduce you to our victim. Now, as you know, by Florida law, unless the family agrees, we can't release victims' names, but they did on this one. This is Perfecta Paz. She's 74 years old. Perfecta is 5'2", 82 pounds, a slight, small lady. Even though she's not been declared in the early stages of dementia, her family thinks that she may be. So on Tuesday, October the 12th at 5:30 in the morning, we knew she was alive because her sister, who she lives with off of Dean Still Road, was preparing to go to work. The sister works at Disney. She talked to her sister, and then she left, and away the sister went off to work that day. The sister gets home about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and she can't find Perfecta. Well, there is a scoundrel that's living with them, and I'll talk more about him in a minute, by the name of Dyatlov Pass. He's 39 years of age. When the sister comes home, Aroldo is working in the yard. He is living with Perfecta and her sister at her sister's house. He had been there about 7 months. He'd been there 7 months because he'd been injured in construction in Texas and needed some help, and the family agreed for him to stay there. So the sister can't find Perfecta. Aroldo says that Perfecta had too much pride, and she left. She left home. Well, the sister took that on face value, thinking, well, she's got lots of friends. She talked about moving out and getting her own place. Maybe she was out looking for a home. So now it's Wednesday, about 4 o'clock in the morning. The sister wakes up to go to work. She checks to see if her sister Perfecta is in her room, and she's not. She can't find her. She goes to work, and all through the day, she's trying to call her on the cell phone. She's talking to friends. No one knows where Perfecta is, and she is remarkably worried. She gets home from work about 5 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, and not only is Perfecta still missing, but Aroldo's gone. He's gone. He's taken off in this vehicle. All of his clothes and belongings are gone. So Aroldo's at large, driving this 1999 beige Toyota Camry with a Texas tag, PTC 9735. She immediately, at 5:47, notifies the sheriff's office. So now it's Wednesday late afternoon. As you know, we get the call at 5:47. It starts to get dark now, about 6:30-ish, but we're out there looking. We've got aviation, drones, canines. We're on the side of the road because with the initial information that we receive, we believe that maybe she's wandered off. So we search the woods. It's out in a wooded area. We search the sides of the road. We search the wood. We can't find her. We try to contact Aroldo on his cell phone. He's not answering. Can't find him. So now Thursday comes around, and we go back and look some more. One of our ag detectives, this particular home site is about 1.5 acres, 1 1/3, 1.5 acres. So one of our ag deputies starts back at the house and goes, okay, maybe she found a break in the fence because the yard's fenced. So he's starting and he's walking the fence line, looking where a slight in stature elderly female could get through the fence. As he's walking through the fence, he steps into a soft area. And he goes, something suspicious with that. So he gets post hole diggers and he digs a pilot hole and pulls out a woman's slipper. The woman's slipper he pulls out of the ground matches the description of the shoes that Perfecta was last seen wearing. So obviously our homicide team gets there and they start to excavate what we now know is a gravesite. I talked to the ag detective that located this soft spot, and he is not only a very experienced ag detective, he is a rancher and a farmer in his own right. And he said that if you just looked at the piece of property, it was up in the bushes. They had planted all kinds of fruit trees and all kinds of bushes, and there were natural shrubs. He said you couldn't tell that a body had been buried there. He said it was smoothed back out. The chickens, they had chickens, had come to this fresh piece of fresh piece of property and had pecked around, because when you stir up the ground, you stir up insects. And he said, looking at the ground, you would have never known that it was a grave. But I happened to step in it, and the ground was soft. Our detectives worked through the night last
What a
night,
miracle that is.
unearthing Perfecta, who was deceased. She died a violent death. A violent death. We're looking for Araldo. Let me tell you about him. He, like Perfecta and her sister, are from Honduras. Perfecta and her sister are here legally from Honduras. Araldo is not. He's illegal. He's an illegal alien who has no legal.
No, it's called undocumented worker. Gee.
No, it's a legal alien. That's exactly the term.
Okay, but that's not what I was taught in school, Grady.
Well, they're wrong. Sorry.
Standing in this country. He's been here since 2003. So it's important to point out that, of course, that Perfecta adopted him when he was very young because his natural mother passed. When he was about 6 or 7, Perfecta wanted to come to the United States, according to the sister, and Araldo didn't want to come, so he stayed back in Honduras with his father, his natural father, until he came to the United States in about 2003. So what we know now is that sometime after the sister went to work at Disney, Araldo violently murdered the lady that adopted him so many years before and buried her in a shallow grave. She was about 1.5 feet under the earth. And he fled with all of his clothes and belongings. He spent from 2003 until about 7 months ago, as far as we can determine at this point in time, in Texas, when he was injured in construction. They agreed for him to come here so that they could take care of him during his rehabilitation. But about 2 months ago, Araldo and his aunt, who adopted him as her child, had an argument over money, and she said she wanted her money back. It is reported to us by witnesses that Perfecta said at the time that Araldo pulled a gun on her and threatened her. But the disturbance calmed down, and they remain living together. So why did Araldo 2 months later kill his aunt, who was his adoptive mother? Well, apparently Perfecta was kind of perfect in the way she wanted things done. And according to the sister, Perfecta continued to stay on Araldo. he couldn't do anything right. If you wash the car, he used too much water, too much soap, not enough water. She just nagged him and nagged him and nagged him. And apparently, according to Oraldo, from what we see in evidence, of course, we've not had the opportunity to talk with him, he finally did away with Perfecta. He has virtually no criminal history other than an illegal entry into the country in 2003 and a possession of cannabis in 2015 that was ultimately dismissed. Currently, we have outstanding warrants.
Yeah, but how come in 2015 when he was arrested for cannabis and we as a country knew that he was an illegal alien, we didn't just send him back? Then Perfecta would still be alive today.
For Oraldo for first-degree murder, for grand theft, and for tampering with evidence. We have this fuzzy picture of the vehicle. We also have evidence and information that this vehicle was recently seen in Texas, in the greater Houston area. So he's back in the area that he fled from. We don't know if he's making his way back to Honduras, if he's got infrastructure and friends there or not. If he is, he shouldn't be too difficult to find because he'd be the only Hispanic going south of the border when everybody else is coming north of the border. But we need to find him. There's obviously a reward out through Crime Stoppers if someone knows his whereabouts. All you have to do is notify us. We find him with your information. You don't testify. We never know who you are. You never come to court. You make money. And we have this nasty guy who murdered his aunt and his adoptive mother locked up where he needs to be. So once again, it's an example of people that are here illegally in this country committing violent, dangerous crime. So when you tell me that a murderer like this has the right to be in this country when he comes here illegally and then murders a tiny little lady who was gracious enough, along with her sister, to not only allow him to live with them, but to help in his rehab from his injury in construction. He's just a nasty.
You know, I actually had somebody say to me one time when I told him, I said, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When you have illegal aliens, every single death caused by an illegal alien should have been prevented. And they said, well, that person might have died anyways by somebody else because there's a lot of crime. I mean, people are so stupid. I'm sorry, everybody, but it makes me almost want to cry sometimes. People are so dumb. Okay? So if you keep illegal aliens out of the country, every single death that they perpetrate, which is a lot, hundreds, okay, it's a huge number every year. So every one of those wouldn't have happened if we just kept them out of the country to begin with. All right? I don't mind legal immigrants and people here with the green card and they're here, you know, but people just kind of entering in that are absolutely, nobody knows who they are. They're just, you know, like all these people flooding over the border right now, escaping, you know, and not wanting to be processed. Who are those people? You know, they're probably not here for good reasons. Okay, the people that come in here the right way, you know, heck, it's even better the people that come in and turn themselves into police to get processed and go through those kind of channels. They shouldn't be here either because there's a lot of other people that have tried really hard to get into the country for decades and they're waiting and paying all kinds of money for this form and that form and this form and that form, and they finally get in. Where these people just jump over and start getting benefits right away, illegally enter the country, and I think it's disgusting, and I think it sucks that there's so many people out there that think that's a good thing. Oh, it's okay, yay! Because it builds up their voter base. Okay, that's the real reason, everybody. All right, anyways, I'm sick of it.
Nasty man. And he needs to be arrested quickly. After all, after you've killed one person, it makes killing the second one easier because you can't spend but one life in prison. We need to find him quickly. Are there any questions?
They both have the same last name. Are they related by blood?
Yeah, it's his aunt.
Oh, it is.
It's his aunt. And when her sister died, when he was just an infant, she adopted him. So she's the adoptive mother, but she is his aunt.
Sheriff, should we assume that he cleaned everything up so nobody could tell that there had been a struggle or a murder there?
Obviously, there were tools because at this particular location, they had chickens, they had hogs, they had cows. It was a nice little, if you will, small farm. They had planted squash growing in the backyard. They had beautiful trees that they'd planted, fruit trees. It was a manicured, beautiful area off Dean Still Road out in the middle of God's country. And he ruined the tranquility of that place forever when he murdered Perfecta and buried her in a shallow grave right at the northeast corner just inside the fence area.
Is there any indication of what he did?
Yes, we know how he killed her. We're not releasing that at this time because certainly only he knows, and we know how he violently murdered her, and we don't want that out until we have the opportunity to talk to him.
When was the last time he was?
We're not releasing that at this time because certainly only he knows.
And I don't know if I have the exact place where, like the apartments or anything.
Area. He ruined the tranquility of that place forever when he murdered Perfecta and buried her in a shallow grave right at the northeast corner just inside the fence area.
Is there any indication of what he did?
What's the name
Yes,
of the apartment?
we know how he killed her. We're not releasing that at this time because certainly only he knows, and we know how he violently murdered her, and we don't want that out until we have the opportunity to talk to him.
When was the last time he was seen in Polk City?
The last time he was seen was when Perfecta, the sister went to work and on Wednesday, October the 13th, and Perfecta's still missing. We know by the circumstances we have at this time, she was murdered on Tuesday while the sister was at work. The last time that he was seen was on 27. That's the last photograph we have of him on Highway 27. So he moved out of the house. He was at the house on Wednesday morning at about 4 or 5 o'clock when the sister went to work because she heard him there in the house. He had moved out after she went to work on that day. Any questions? Any other questions?
I had an appointment this morning or something about hearing. I don't know if he's.
Perfecta Paz is her name.
Guilty. Can you react to that?
It's abundantly evident that Nicholas Cruz is a vicious
No, Nicholas Cruz.
maniac murderer.
He just loved the way
He killed all of those beautiful children at Parkland. I'm on the commission that's investigating that, and I know a lot about Nicholas Cruz that I can't legally share. But I can tell you that I don't have the inside information either from the public defender or from the state attorney of why he's contemplating a plea. I know that the public defender's office immediately offered to plea him to life, and the state attorney rightfully wants him to receive the death penalty. So I don't know if this is a strategy for him to avoid the death penalty. I don't know if the families all agreed to him pleading to a life. I don't know if the defense has decided that, hey, look, it's a foregone conclusion. We could never win it in a criminal trial. Let's just plea him and then do a penalty phase trial, which is what I suspect they're doing. I suspect they're saving all of their legal ammunition, if you will, to try to keep him from a death penalty case. I have no idea what the strategy is. He's a horrible mass murderer, did an active shooting incident, and I can tell you there was a lot of
Hello, everyone.
bad
Thank you for being
circumstances
with me
that
on this
occurred.
Friday so that I can bring
failures
you up
on
to
the part of the Broward Sheriff's deputy that was there and the backup officers that arrived. There were failures with the school system. There were all kinds of issues that we have dealt with and will deal with about the silos that was created to protect this evil person. Of course, they didn't know he was a mass murderer at that time. So I don't know the strategy behind it. But I do know this, that what he did to those children and to those staff members at the school that day is unconscionable. And the fact that he pleads guilty is a good thing. I certainly hope that the state's not capitulated, because he needs to receive the death penalty. If anyone on the face of this earth has ever earned the death penalty, Nicholas Cruz earned it, and he should receive it. But that's not my decision.
God, it's just
Okay.
so great the way he just says what he thinks.
Anything else? Thank you all very much. I hope you have a good weekend, and we'll see you soon. I certainly wish people would quit killing people. Our crime rate's down at historic lows, but our murder rate is through the roof this year. And in the first 6 months, we had like 2 murders. And we've had like 32 murders since
That's
June.
right, Carla. Thank you.
What do you think that is, sir?
People are mad at each other, don't like each other, want to see each other dead. I mean, you can't police against that kind of personal interaction. With rare exception, and there are one in our quadruple murder, they all know each other or are related to each
Yeah,
other.
but why do you think?
Just quit killing each other. What's wrong with you? Forever is a long time to be locked up, and that's what's going to happen to you. So, and I remember not so many years ago, we had 4 murders in the entire year. 3 of them occurred at one time over a domestic event, and the other was a murder-suicide. But other than 2 events, we only lost 4 people the entire year, which is 4 too many, by the way. But
No, they don't become a citizen when
people's
they're
violent
because they're arrested.
conduct toward each other is
Jeez.
not acceptable.
Come on, you guys.
And we can continue to hold them accountable. But when you're dead, it's forever. I was contacted by someone asking, shouldn't people receive life sentences for the death for murdering someone? Shouldn't they get parole? And I said, oh, absolutely. I'm in favor of parole for those who murder people. The second the dead people come back to life.
Our country already gives out benefits to illegal aliens right now, Caslin. Come on, just think through it, you guys. It's not really, it's obvious they don't become citizens when they become prisoners. We have our legal system here, and when you commit a crime under the United States legal system, you fall under their, the laws, and you get punished under the laws of the United States. Okay, it doesn't mean, yay, you're now a citizen. They're sort of fortunate, though, because they get meals and everything all the time. And, they get to watch television and do all the fun stuff. And, it's almost probably better. So maybe like a lot of them want to be criminals. Who the hell knows? It's just ridiculous, the whole thing. We should have finished building the wall, is what we should have done.
But I haven't seen that yet. Which one you want? There's Perfecta. And there's Araldo and his Camry.
No, it does, Volkish. It absolutely does have something to do with who's in office, the border issue. It really does. And if you don't see that, then that means you're delusional, just like Queen of King is for agreeing with you. It absolutely does. The border was very well protected, but when Biden ran for office, he made it clear that everybody was just welcome to come back in again. And it turned into a freaking nightmare. And if you don't see that, you're just trying to be delusional about it. It's the honest to God truth, okay? I'm not trying to make this, politics and stuff here. But the only way to fix something is actually to realize what the problem is. And the problem is when you have a political party who wants to keep shoring up their own base over and over again, and they bring in generations of future voters for themselves because they'll be the ones that let them in. And that's exactly the reason they're doing it. They don't give a damn about the safety of people. That's why you see these hordes of people running over. The wall was working. The border was very secure just prior to Biden coming in there. Okay? Now, you can take with that what you want to do, but if you don't think that that's true, you're wrong. Okay? There isn't another option. It isn't one of those, well, let's just agree to disagree. You're just wrong. Okay? That's the truth. Sick of people just not
it's so good
getting
to
it.
see you again.
It's just
Take care.
disgusting, really. God damn it. Now, there's nothing worse than people that just don't get it, right? Because you're just going to have to deal with them forever, and nothing's going to get better. It's just sick. Hey, Mimi, I don't care what you think either. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm telling you is the truth, whether you want to believe it or not. Okay? It's not an opinion. The border went to hell the moment the election was over, and it's got worse and worse and worse. And because the media and political party, the media and news outlets out there are supportive of the president, they didn't paint the picture the same way, with these massive, like hordes of people being stored in these small areas. If that was Trump, they would have turned that into just a horrific site. They would have made sure that they got in there, filmed everything. It was horrible what's been going on there, 10 times worse. And it's not being covered that way because they don't want it to look that way. Okay? God, it's just so sad that people can't see it either way, right? It's sick. And that I'm sorry that there's people that can't see it. All right, I'm going to move on to, you know what? I've been looking at, do you guys remember Danny Miles? The case called, it's okay, Volkish. Sometimes it's hard to read who's saying what, and I'm just zipping through. Stuff's going by too fast. Okay? The truth is that there's people should come into this country legally unless you have a reason that you don't want it to be that way. And that's because you want to take full domination of the political party and have, not of the political arena, and have the, you keep building up a voter base because you'll be perceived as the people who freed everybody and brought them in here. It's just, and it's the hell with the country, though. The hell with the country is what they're saying. God, I don't know how you can put up with it. I think you should be ashamed of yourself if you support this type of crap with people just flooding over the borders. We don't know who the hell's here half the time. Like 90% of the people just zipping over the border. We have no clue who they are. Disappearing into society. And you're okay with it. Sick. Sickening. All right. Okay, so let me go do this Danny Miles one again. Because I actually called over to a library over there. It's the most least covered case in the history of mankind, but it's the most brutal thing I've ever heard. I've been in contact with the detective on that case over the years, like 2 years. And we've been communicating. It's just sick. I mean, I wish what happened in that case, they, let me get my music playing. I need my Linus blanket, the music. Thanks, living it, as in living the dream. As our dream goes to hell because, hey, Queen Virgo, don't come back, okay? Don't come back ever, thank you. I can talk about whatever I feel like it, and if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, you don't need to put a comment, goodbye, hey, I'll be back when it's about cases, not politics. Okay, listen, nobody cares. If you don't want to listen to what I'm saying right now, you can just take off. And if you want to come back sometime, great. I don't spend all the time talking about politics in here. Okay, every once in a while I do bring something up because it bothers me. And I get to do that. You know why? Because it's my channel. It's weird what happens when it's your channel. You can talk about whatever you want. I suffer the consequences from it, you know? Unsubscribe. Do what you got to do. I don't care. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm a piece of shit, everybody, because I think people should come into the country legally. Yeah. God, there's so many stupid people in the world. It's just unbelievable. God, scary times. Yeah. It's not one of those things where you can have an alternate opinion. There is only one answer. I'm not sure what you're saying, Jay. So you agree too, or are you telling... So agree, everybody! Listen, I don't care if you disagree. You're just wrong. That's the truth here. This isn't one of those things where you go, well, you know, I like... This song's one of the best songs that's out there. You know, it's really great. And I go, well, I don't think so. I can't say that you're wrong because it's an opinion about a song. This is something that's just true, what I'm telling you. You aren't going to believe it if you're on the other side because you don't want to and it makes you look bad. Okay? There's stuff that Trump was doing that looked bad too, you know, on the other side. So I can see those things. Okay? However, our country was a hell of a lot more safe during those years. Okay? The border was protected. Countries feared us a little bit more. Now you got China doing flyovers of Taiwan because they're like, look at this clown who's in office over here. He can barely speak. And it's scary times. Right now, we're way less safe than we were. Yeah, even if they didn't like the guy, we were, you know, it's so funny. Trump got voted out of office because people didn't like him. That's it. And that's a that's a scary reason to, well, I don't like him, so therefore we're going to vote a clown in that can barely speak. Can't even think, actually. Here's my wife. Oh, wait a minute, that's not my wife. My wife's over here. Oh. And here's General Johnson. Are you kidding me? God, how in the hell is a country going to respect you at all if you can't even say and speak in public? Hell, I'm a better speaker than he is, and I'm a freaking YouTuber. You know, I'm not running for office anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I was told that Biden's doing a great job and he's really smart and everything. No, go watch him for 5 minutes. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah! I can't wait for tomorrow's comments. So they're going to show up in the beginning of the video. They're going to be, you know, Gray, I was watching your show, and then as soon as you started talking about politics, I had to go. Why do you do that to me? Well, because I felt like talking about what I wanted to talk about. All right? So you go do your crying. And listen, anybody who doesn't like what I'm talking about right now and you don't like me, please unsubscribe immediately, okay? Let's just get it over with. I don't want to waste time. I want to get... I'd like about 600 of you to get the hell out of here. All right? Just boom. Just unsubscribe. Here, look, let's do it. Hold on. Let's do it again. Let's do it. Unsubscribe. Hey, everybody that wants to unsubscribe. Hit the unsubscribe button. Come on, clowns. Unsubscribe. Come on, clowns. Unsubscribe. Please unsubscribe. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, good. I lost 2 of them. Keep on going. Let me see if I can get more. Hit unsubscribe, please unsubscribe, Yes! God, that feels good. How do you like this one here? Listen to this one. Yes! Oh my God, this is crazy. Yeah, so here's the thing, everybody. If you want to be here and you don't mind me when I want to say what I want to say, then please stay. If you, you know, here's what's crazy is you get the same clowns saying, I'm going to leave because you're not talking about cases, yet they're the same idiots that'll go over and watch a live stream for 3 hours talking about absolutely nothing on a case. Okay? Nothing. All right. Yeah, and that's the truth is the reason that, no, I don't even, I'm not going to go over it again. I've already talked. Yeah, who's Brandon? Who are you talking about? I don't know who that is. Oh wait, there he is. Somebody up there. Let's see. It's the. Let me read him. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye bye. All right. Yeah. I don't want to do with trolls. Yeah. Let's see. Hey. All right. Lori Staggs. Or actually, I won't remove him for that. He can have a different opinion, but just keep timing out so the comments get removed, because he's not here for any other reason besides being a troll. All right. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna go over some case stuff now. Is that okay for the rest of you? Well, Gray, I've been waiting for the case stuff. Gee. That's how Mary Lou would have said it. Okay. Oh, I don't do the. Somebody pays me to be a mod or anything, but I appreciate it. I have like too many mods as it is, you know. Like, you know, I got rid of like 5 and then added 3 newer ones that are people that are here all the time. So, but no, I don't need the money. Okay, do you guys remember this one at all? The Danny, it's actually Christopher Danny Miles, but they called him Danny Miles. So today I was messaging with the sister, and her name is Marita, right down here, but it's actually Marita. You can see it down here. And it's just such a brutal deal what happened. Let me read to you what happened here. Just a second. This is in 1979 in Carruthers, California. And it says, Chris Danny Miles, 17 of Carruthers, was found shot to death Monday morning in a vineyard at Hughes, Nebraska. And what's weird about this is it always had a soft spot for me for some reason, because my last name is Hughes, and I live on Nebraska Street. See, isn't that weird? Like, my last name is Hughes, I live on Nebraska Street, and then this guy was murdered, and he was placed at Hughes and Nebraska. Deputies said the youth who lived with his grandmother, Magdalene Corsi, was found shortly before 11 a.m. by a farmer. Investigators said the youth apparently had been dead about 24 hours. Deputies said a motive for the killing has not been determined. Investigators said the victim was fully clothed and carried identification. No other information was available Monday. Homicide detectives Tom Lean and Bill Lehman have been assigned to the case. And then the only other bigger article was this one. It sort of gave you a little bit of information about like what was going on right here. Yeah. No motive has been established in the shooting death of Chris Danny Miles, 17 of Carruthers, whose body was found Monday in a vineyard at Hughes and Nebraska Avenues. Fresno County Sheriff detectives said the youth had been shot in the back and head, apparently with a small caliber weapon. According to investigators, the victim was last seen Sunday between 10 and 11 p.m. talking to some people outside of a Carruthers store. During the day, Sunday, investigators said the youth had gone swimming with friends in the Kings River near Layton or whatever. So that's where they would have been swimming. This is Layton here. And I just kind of picked that spot that looks like a good place to have gone and parked and went swimming down here in the river. So they went there, and then apparently they drove back to Carruthers, and then he was like in the business section down here. According to investigators, the victim was last seen Sunday between 10 and 11 p.m. talking to someone outside a Carruthers store. Then during the day, went swimming at Kings River. Investigators said the youth returned to Carruthers sometime Sunday afternoon, but apparently decided to stay in the business district and never arrived home. Investigators said the boy had been living with his grandmother, Magdalene Corsi. According to deputies, the boy was found shortly before 11 a.m. by a farmer in the middle of a row in a vineyard on the northwest corner of Hughes and Nebraska. So that actually gave the specific spot, which was Like there's Carruthers, the town, and then this way out in the middle of nowhere, right here. But this is the northwest corner, and just probably right in those rows right there. I don't know if there's street view here. I bet there is. Yep. So it looks like that was a different kind of crop back then. But right in here. But those are trees. See how they're different? That's totally different crop in this image. This is 2018 street view. When's this? That's 2011, so I'm not sure what was going on there, but yeah, that's where he was put. Now check it out. Apparently he fought for his life, and he was absolutely beaten to a pulp where he couldn't be shown at his funeral, and he was sexually assaulted by the individual. And that's interesting because that means that he was made to either dress again, or the killer made him dressed him after the fact, and then either dumped his body there or he was killed there. We don't know the answer to that question. And there was all kinds of DNA evidence that they collected, and at the time they didn't have a medical examiner. They had like a coroner, you know, who was just sort of a local guy. And then after he retired in 1982, they transferred this stuff, and a lot of it was lost, other than the clothing. And then after talking to this detective for a while, he sent they were sending the DNA to the FBI, and this is like at the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't know if they've ever even got it back yet. But it's just so frustrating that they lost all of that information. It makes me angry. I mean, so, you know, if they just had, God, just kept that information, they'd be able to do genealogy right now. Here, I'll show you what he looks like. He's right here. That's him. Danny Miles. Oh, they even have a picture on there of the let's see what it says here. The year is 1979 in Carruthers, California. An outgoing 17-year-old Danny Miles is a high school student that loved participating in Civil War reenactments and had plans to someday, I think I remember reading this one, move out to Kansas and find a job there. Tragically, he would never get a chance to realize his dreams. On June 4th, 1979, Danny's body was in a vineyard, thanks Cairo, in Carruthers, California. He had been shot twice in the back of the head with a small caliber weapon. It was also determined that Danny had been brutally sexually assaulted. He appeared to have fought his killer, as skin was found underneath his fingernails. So didn't they keep that? Not much else. See, that's what was lost. Stuff like that. Absolutely incredible information. Not much else has been released by police regarding the way Danny's body was found, the circumstances of his murder, or what evidence law enforcement may have gathered. So they might be able to exhume him, and there might be still some DNA inside his body, you know, as sick as that is. You know, maybe that's an option at some point. Danny was beloved by many, but he and his older sister Marita Miles had an especially close bond. She says their relationship, she says of their relationship, Danny was such a good brother. We were not rich, but we still had lots of love in our family. We worked cutting grapes together just to earn money to buy clothes. See, he kind of reminds, like when we were young, we were very similar. Like you know, my mom got divorced when we were young, and she raised us until we were like 13 years old from like 5. And so we were really poor. My dad never paid child support at all. You know, he was a great artist, but a complete pile of shit as a parent. And so we were, you know, she'd take us to go pick strawberries and crap like that. You know, it's weird thinking back. So you think like, this kid was similar, just a good kid. We had a lot of fun together. We loved Christmas. We got new tree every Christmas together. She added, recalling the special memories she had with Danny. Marita sees the shows and news announcements about many cold cases getting solved, and she undoubtedly wonders why Danny's case has been so overlooked. Hopefully that one day his case will be solved. This is an unusual one because you don't see this too often, because it's not a pedophile. This is an adult, 17-year-old, a young adult, 17-year-old kid, and he's attacked and raped by another man. All right, so you sort of wonder what. It's a different, you don't see that as often. So you wonder if they could figure out, because this person wouldn't have just done this one time. No, I don't think that's not a bully kind of deal. Yeah, it's not a bully situation. This is this is what a serial killer type does. Yeah, so if you have any information regarding it, call the Fresno County Sheriff at 559-600-8400. But, if you guys want to on the side, it's Christopher Danny Miles or Chris Danny Miles, and Miles is Myles, and see if you can find anything out there. I mean, today I got on the phone and I called the Carruthers Library. And they said, well, here, they took my name and number, but they gave me another number to the Heritage and Genealogy Department in Fresno, which is just right there to the northeast. And I left a message. I didn't leave a message on that one. I talked to the lady there, and then she actually took my number down. And then she got back to me, and there was one of those ones I just read you was one of the ones that she found, but I already found the other two. So there really is almost no information out there. Well, I think people that do what happened to him don't just do that one time. It was just brutal. He must have, I don't even know, forced himself on him and everything. It just sucks. Yeah. So, anyways, it was just another case. This is the third time I've brought this one up in the same, the limited information that we have. Yeah, that's not a bully doesn't do that kind of stuff. You don't sexually assault, pummel somebody to death and blow their brains out. That's there's something different going on there. A bully would just beat him up. He wouldn't. The sexual assault takes that, I think, out of the realm of a bully. Okay. It was 1979, June 4th. Okay, now I'm going to switch over to the Daybell stuff. All right. But I thought I'd sneak in the Danny Miles when there was enough people here to watch it. I should have put, though, in the title, Brian Laundrie, and then in small text, will not be discussed tonight. Nor will Gabby Petito be discussed tonight. And then the algorithms would have sent over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Yeah. All right, so let's just go through. We'll play that 911 call, and then I'll go through the parts that I find interesting in here. In that first video that I made a long time ago, where I had to change the angle of the camera because they wear them sideways.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious? The emergency.
I shot my brother-in-law.
Okay, what part of his body is injured?
In the chest.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious?
Unconscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
Well, no, he died a few
I
minutes
can't
ago.
Okay, are you willing to go over to him and check?
Sure.
Okay, do you just let me know if you
Yeah.
see his chest going up and down?
Hey,
How
would you
old
like
is
a
he?
Coke?
It's not moving. He's 60.
You hear that? Look at that. Should just give it away right there. The way he said, "Sure." Ah, you know. Hey, would you like an extra batch of fries with that, sir? Oh, sure. Ah, yeah.
Okay, and are you wanting to start CPR?
No, I don't know how to do that.
I can walk you through it.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is you're going to put one hand in the center of his chest.
Yeah.
The other hand's going to go right on top of it.
He's
Okay.
like,
You're going to interlock
yeah.
your fingers, keeping your arms straight, and
Yeah.
you're going to press down hard and fast into his chest.
Yeah.
You're going to go
Okay.
2 inches down and fairly quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making sure his chest goes up between each compression. Where's the
Okay.
gun now?
It's in the other room.
Okay. PD, we're going to stage for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just keep going with those compressions. PD, did you have any other questions?
Yes, what's your name, sir?
My name is Alex. Last name is Cox, C-O-X.
And where are you in the house now?
In the living room.
And where is the gun?
This guy's ridiculous.
It's in a bedroom.
Yeah. Huh. So what I did was I shot him, and then I went all the way back to the bedroom
Who else is there in the house with
to
you?
put the gun
Just me.
for some unknown reason. Why would I do that? I
What
can't
gun
really
is it?
explain it, but
It's my gun. It's a 45.
A pistol? 45 caliber pistol?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's his name, your brother-in-law?
Charles Vallow.
His last name, I'm sorry?
V-A-L-L-O. Vallow.
V like Victor or G like George?
is it O?
V like Victor.
I thought there was a W at the end.
Well, police and medics are on the way to help you.
Thank you.
Are you still doing, what, chest compressions with him?
Yes.
Okay, just keep pushing down hard and fast in the center of his chest. How long ago did this occur? Did it just happen?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes before I called.
Okay.
Right. And isn't that weird? I mean, if it was self-defense, you would have just got right on that phone and called, right? Not 5 minutes before. I mean, so it's like 5 minutes. Now, 5 minutes is a hell of a long time. So you shoot somebody, and then you sit around for 5 minutes. Yeah, and you put your gun back in the room, and then you call after 5 minutes.
Just make sure you're still pressing down at least 2 inches into his chest, and it comes up with each compression. 1, 2.
Are you there, Alex? Alex? Are you there? Alex? Hello? Alex? Are you doing any compressions?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What a load of crap this guy is.
Okay, were you guys arguing when this happened?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there's nobody else there, just you and him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What's that sound? Is that a clock in the background?
Could you just let us know when it's secure?
Certainly, we'll do that.
Thank you.
So was he armed also, or just you, or what happened there?
Yeah, he came at me with a bat.
Anyone been drinking or doing drugs or anything today, or no?
I don't know, but I've never seen him that enraged before.
Does he live there with you, or where does he live?
No, he lives in Houston.
He's what, married to your sister? Is she? Where is she?
Correct. I don't know. I think she's taking her son to school.
Yeah, so she left too right then. I mean, yeah, I don't know why they weren't a little bit more suspicious right off the get-go.
Still doing that? Is he anything? Any response from him? You know?
He's not responding at all.
Yeah, because I made sure he was dead before I even called you guys.
Some officers
I mean,
be there,
yeah,
but
he's
when
not
they get
responding.
Inside to you. Is the front door open?
Yeah. It's unlocked.
Okay.
So this is real time right here. This video that you're watching is synced up to the 911
Come out,
call.
walk outside with your hands
Sure.
empty. Are you able to do that with your hands
Sure.
up?
Only channel
Yeah.
to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Your front door, right?
Yeah.
Come out this way, man. You know, no weapons?
No weapons on me.
All right, come on out this way.
Yep.
I'm gonna have you have a seat right here on the curb.
Yep. Who else is in the house? No one else is in the house. Okay, just have a seat right there. Let's get FD in here.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Yeah. 18, seat secure. We got the gentleman out.
You have some ID on you, sir?
Yeah.
What happened today?
See, this is one of the most important parts here that's overlooked by a lot of people. But I think this is for me, it was like the telling moment.
How did it get to this?
I don't know. He was enraged.
What's going on? What happened?
Oh. He was talking with my sister earlier.
No, what happened today, though? Like, just in the last 20 minutes?
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
No.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
That's him.
Okay, is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up
It's
the son?
coming up here. It's
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was...
Okay, right here. This is where he said, yeah, wasn't there a whole bunch more time, like in the affidavits and things like that came out? We went over those. I just don't remember all the details of it. But there was a lot more time, I think, after he shot Charles. And also, one of the shots was when he was laying on the ground. Remember that? The angle of it was when Charles was on the ground. But if they knew that early on, why didn't they arrest Alex way back then? So, right, just listen to this part right here, though. Watch.
Accusing me of...
That's part. Right, see? So just, you gotta hear that part. Accusing me.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was accusing me of...
See that? He was accusing me. See? Then the officer says, accusing you of what?
Come on over here. That truck's going to be really loud. What was he accusing you of?
See, and then he says, what was he accusing you of? And Alex kept walking. He heard him because, it was pretty obvious. It wasn't, the truck wasn't that loud where you couldn't hear it. And he just ignored it because he realized he screwed up. And he didn't mean to say that he was accusing me because then there needs to be an answer to that. All right? So he said, accusing you of what? And then he kept walking without answering. Then he goes, I don't know. So that means he did hear, right? So he admits that he heard because he goes, I don't know.
He was just yelling at me.
I don't know. He was just yelling at me. You see that? And then the officer didn't keep pressing on. Well, no. A second ago, you did say that he was accusing you of something. So what was that? Instead, he let him off the hook. He walked by and he said, I don't know. He was just yelling at me. I think that was a big moment right there. That was a moment where the answer to what he was being accused of is what the real reason for everything is. Charles suspected them of trying to kill him. And remember, prior to this is the night where, you know, Charles goes over to Lori's place, you know, because she's going nuts. She was calling him Nick Schneider and all this crap. The cops had to break down the doors for him to get in. Then he goes over to the police station. Then Lori goes over there. She worms her way out of it like she always does with her little giggle, little stupid ass look she has on her face.
Okay, what was he yelling at you about?
I thought my sister...
See, doesn't that just suck that he let him off the hook like that? So just listen to it on your own here. Right here. So just prior to that, I got to go back to 27. And just try to hear what I'm talking about.
Come on over here. That truck's going to be really loud.
That's not. It's right after that.
He came at me with a...
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was accusing me of...
Accusing me?
Come on over here. That truck's going to be really loud.
Yeah, what was he accusing you of?
What was he accusing you of?
Look at the officers like, why aren't you answering me?
He was just yelling at me.
Oh, okay, just yelling at
What was he yelling at you about?
I thought my sister, because I'd broken up the tussle with them earlier, and he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay, and he came at me with a bat.
Okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand?
No.
Okay, so...
There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved.
About earlier meaning earlier this week, earlier this morning?
Just this morning.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember I was talking to Zozo and I was thinking that it was, you know, maybe Tylee in her interview isn't telling the truth, but I don't know. Maybe there's some truth in there. I don't know.
Morning, before they left.
About what happened with the bat prior.
Your wife left?
My sister.
Before your sister left?
Yeah.
Okay, who lives here with you?
Nobody. I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get. Let me just fast forward. So that's when Lori and Tylee show up. I'm gonna move it to the other. Let's see, where is it? Oh, not there. It's in here. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me just get to the interview of them. Right here. Here we go.
That car has to go that way. It can't go out that way. That's a problem. All right, then we got to get that tape to over here probably. Yeah.
Yeah, we know, Matt Phoenix. I got the interview. Don't worry. It's the one in the police station, right? Or are you talking about a different one?
1701 Sam 13. If I can get you to come back out here and retake
Well,
this out of perimeter.
Tylee told somebody at one point that she heard the gunshots as she was going out to the car.
People are driving through it here. So that's a... Gotcha. Okay, you guys got it. One way, so we got to be able to let people out onto that street, but so we got to move that south tape. Okay. All
I'm not struggling piecing this case together.
Does your husband live here?
Really obvious to me.
Gotcha. Okay, you guys got it. Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your.
We're separated.
Quick back and just grab it.
Look at her face. Look at her face. God. Big smile, like a little smirk, you know. Hey. Hey, look at.
L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Big Cake.
You live here, though, not in Santan. This is your home?
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Get on with it, okay?
Gotcha.
She says, "This is great. I love this part, man. You gotta love. I mean, I don't give a dang, but see, the officer wasn't really listening either. So he says, she says, yeah, we just moved in here, and then he says, yeah. How long have you lived here? And she says, excuse me, you idiot. I just told you.
Gotcha.
Just moved here a few weeks ago.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello, I just told you.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know.
Gotcha.
That's why I guess that's why the neighbors.
No. Okay.
Hi, neighbor. You know.
5'6", 120.
What? 5'4", 120. Oh yeah. Just like good old Chad likes it, huh?
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, young lady. And let me just get your information. How old are you?
16.
16? Okay. And that's mom? Okay, what's your first name, hon?
Your eyes are blue. That's not debatable.
How old are you again?
16.
16. Do you have a driver's license?
I do. It's inside.
Nice. So you're a new driver, huh? How do you like that?
Well, almost 17.
Almost? Oh, so you're an old hat then.
Yeah, I drove here from Texas by myself, so I'm pretty used to it by now.
Okay. What's your birthday, hon?
Yeah, anyways, I don't, that's all there really is there. But you could tell, I mean, Lori's devastated in that video, right? I think we can all agree that we feel really horrible for Lori at this point and wish we could just do more as citizens. Like if there was a fund that we could donate to help Lori out, I'd be on top of that. All right, I'm going to move it to the... that was a joke. Okay, you guys. Yikes. All right, so this is the same day. I mean, she's got all the same clothing on and everything like that. And now they have her face because they're not protecting her. I mean, she's not alive anymore. And so now they're not going to blur out her face because it's, it's not a privacy issue anymore. So I'm going to play this right here. Have we? Oh, cool. Look at it. I lost another 7. Hey, let's do another round. Hold on. All right, here we go. If you don't like me talking about whatever the hell I want to talk about, then please unsubscribe right now. Unsubscribe. Let's get that down there. Let's get that down there. 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 Come on, unsubscribe. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Oh, and by the way, if you're here and you like the channel, hit that like button really quick, all right? That'd be awesome. Also, that's what I want to be able to do, everybody. If I have a thought that I have about something that you don't agree with, and you just can't stand it where you gotta leave, then please leave right now.
Gosh, Gray, that's so mean, gee.
Oh, look at that. I got sent to prison by Mary Lou. And we aren't going to be able to get on to the rest of this until I get the hell out of here. Yeah. Yeah, I just say what I think, you know? And unfortunately, some people don't like that shit. Like, I think it's disgusting that people are still doing 4-hour live streams on the Brian Laundrie case when there's no information. Nothing. It's purely about getting subs over and over and over and over again. All right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I'm just going to sit here and... Hey, look at that. Well, look at that. Carla Hussey sent me a ramen noodle donation. Not bail. So I'm still sitting here, unfortunately. And this is what we're doing right now is that this also helps support the channel because we are... it helps support me to keep doing what I'm doing, and it helps support the charities. And so far, if you look on the screen right there, we have donated, the Freaks as a channel, $34,500 this year, and I'm not sure where the other one, but $22,000 we donated last year, so that's $56,500, and in just like not even 2 years. Thanks, Lori Fisher.
5.00 ramen noodle donation.
So I got soap on a rope, ramen noodles, and that's it. Guess we'll be sitting here a long time.
More soap on a rope.
Yeah, and then we're going to get over to, we'll finish off the Tylee, and then after Tylee is Lori. I mean, Lori sits in like a yoga pose for 25 minutes at a time. A little bit Jodi Arias-like. Man, you guys really want me to stay in here, right? Yeah, you could do that, Christy, if you want. Just let me know. I'll have to go check. Because right now we're basically at let's see. All right, Beholder that maybe got a cracker at the cantina. But hey, at least I'm Pamela's favorite freak. Oh, I'm wearing Broncos orange, so I get... Okay, cool.
Gray, you're my favorite freak.
Oh, well, thanks, Charleston Amy. That would help me get out of there for sure. Charleston Amy did a cat eye PayPal.
Bail because you are wearing Broncos orange.
Thank you, Carolina girl, and there's bail for Gray and get out of the pokey. Okay, good. We're out. All right. And any more that sent in? Let's see. Wow. Hold on. Is this today? Oh, so Cheryl Lynn, thank you very much. That was earlier. And then also Paulette Leonard. Thank you. Hey, and Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. And thank you, Astros Orange. Or Lisa Discovers sending me Astros Orange. Well, thank you, Astros, for having an orange that I'm wearing. And Matt Pavia. Thank you. All right, here we go. We're going to get playing this. Actually, maybe tonight near the... I don't know, maybe like the 2-hour mark, we'll make another donation somewhere. Since we're on the 15th. It's so sad, you know, when you see her sitting there, she's so bubbly and happy and just like, you know, you can tell there's a lot going on in her mind. What's weird, though, is in her mind, she doesn't seem like she's really distraught either. Thank you, Lanny M. And it could be because she didn't see it happen and she never saw him when he's not alive. Hold on first. There we go. But there are times where... I'm not sure what was going on there with the video, but now it's back on. Is it freezing? Here, let me, I'm going to save this and then open it back up again. It seems to be kind of like freezing a little bit, so might take a minute. What sounds horrible? Not sure what you're talking about. Alright, let's see. I just have to open it back up again. Yep, might take a minute. Yeah, it's not static from the video. That's just in the video. There's sound effects. They're too close. You know, she's crunching the bottle. Yeah. Yeah, there's just, it's too, the mics are too good. Remember how the Yeti microphone that I used to have? It'd be like, hey, you know, like every single thing. Like if you dropped a fly was in the corner of the room and it hit the wall, it would sound like somebody threw a stone at it. It just, like it was way too sensitive. Uh-oh. I can't verify my subscription. What happened? Uh-oh. Might have to, like, log in. Am I having a connection problem right now? What's going on with the internet? Uh-oh. Let's see. Can you guys, am I still on here? Or? Interesting. Hey, thanks, Kit Kat. Let me think about this for a second. See, the problem is I'm going to switch over to this other screen. Then I can open up my, I got to go figure out how to, what's going on here. I'm going to try to open up my software program that allows you to update it, the Adobe Cloud, and I'll see what's going on with this thing. Hopefully it's something new or easy. Yeah, either way, we're going to finish this thing. Yeah, I feel bad for Tylee. The rest of everybody else is just idiots, or Tylee. The rest are just you know, and JJ too. I mean, they never really got a shot in life, especially having a mother like Lori. God, what a nightmare. Okay, that looks like it opened up right there. So is this going to open? We'll see. Yeah, sometimes the video part, let's see. When you have this Premiere open, it seems to cause problems a little bit with the buffering. Let me see what it's saying over on the software end of it. Yeah, it says it's an excellent feed, so don't know. Although I'm frozen on the screen. Am I moving around to you guys? Hello? I hear him say it 50 times, but are you who Gray says you are, or is he kidding? Who? No, that's not the same person. See, that's Linda Molden Howe, but I remember when I saw her name, Linda Howell, I was like, oh, wow, that's Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Okay, here we go. Is the video not playing? It's not moving now. Here, I think I can fix something. I put this coloring filter on there that probably uses a lot of resources, like way too many to be playing it. So let me see if I turn it off. So you'll see the color change quite a bit. It's really muted. And let's see if that plays better. Oh, wait a minute. Man, she was just sitting still is what was going on. I know you can't see it yet.
Hi. Hi. So you have to spell.
You know what? Let me just turn the audio down. That's crazy. Oh yeah, look at that. -6 probably.
Your name, because we're all taking guesses on how to spell it. We're not sure.
Tylee.
Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, Ryan.
And your birthday. And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is going to kind of sound like kind of a silly question because it's super broad. But can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
Okay. So I woke up probably around like 7:50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door. I don't even know where, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said that right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room, if my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened.
Okay.
Like the big, you walk in and...
Like big great room, kind of living room?
Yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room, so yeah.
Okay.
Kind of unconventional, but...
Hey, whatever makes you happy, it's your guys' house, so...
Right, so, yeah.
I think she's like a really smart kid, you know, and has a sense of humor, and you know, is really bright.
I immediately just jumped up and I grabbed my baseball bat and I opened the door, and it was my stepdad, you know, outside the doorway, and then my uncle kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him, and he was just screaming at both of them, like, I don't even know what he was saying because honestly I was just too like wired, I guess. So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, you're too close, you need to step back. And he was like, don't tell me what to do. And I just kind of just stood there. And then my uncle kind of moved out of the way. And then my mom kind of went past him and into like the big room where everything happened. And so I walked with them. And then
So they were more in the hallway.
Yeah, they were at like the end of the hallway basically. And so my mom walked all the way around. And he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was like right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat, I kind of just held it there. And he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out like between them. And they were both just yelling, and he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to go to jail. And I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad.
Okay.
Well, he was really the only one like yelling. My mom was kind of like responding, but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was kind of just like all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it and tried to take it. So I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it, and that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't like do anything.
You saw your stepdad like take a step back?
Take a step back, because he was really close to begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ.
Yeah, I mean, I remember listening to her, and I thought she was making stuff up. But, I don't know. I think the way she's saying it, it sounds like she's really picturing what went on and explaining it. So, you know, I just think it was all set up. Like, she came in late to what was really going on. And it all just worked perfectly in the scenario that they wanted to set up. Because they obviously planned and murdered Charles, right? That was in the emails. Remember their conversations they had.
And so I ran out the door.
Because Charles is Nick Schneider, obviously, and he's an evil spirit. And the only way to, and here's the truth, everybody. Let's all just realize this, that Lori and Alex were being really kind to Charles. Okay, the real Charles, because what happened is during a moment of weakness or injury, Charles's body was taken over by an evil spirit named Nick Schneider. Okay, and the only way to free the original soul, the great Charles Vallow, would be to kill the physical body itself that Nick Schneider was now inhabiting. And then the soul of Charles Vallow will be released into the veil. Okay? So in their minds, they were really helping out the real Charles. I mean, why should we expect Lori to be hanging out with Nick Schneider of all people?
And then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and like, he was trying to get out, and I was like, no, we have to stay. We have to stay in. And I was like, oh, like, I told him, like, do you want to go in the Jeep? And then he was like, no, and then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyways. I was like, okay, like, just stay here. And then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the baseball bat was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like Al's okay, right, because that's my uncle, so I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, I was fine, like, we're just gonna take JJ to school.
Ah, how did she know? How did Lori know that Alex was fine? Yeah. See, that's hilarious. I mean, that right there, you know, man, you guys hear that part? That was great.
My stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, I was fine. Like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car. And then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for no reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So, to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom. Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just, like, I just stuck it out to be, like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was going to do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, for the most part, been pretty, like, mundane, but there have been a few, like, violent times with him when I was really scared that he was going to hit me or hit my mom, like, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, like, just since I was little, and so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that, and so, so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that happened, and he grabbed the bat from you. So kind of tell me that again real quick.
So I kind of stuck it out, and this is when he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to jail, and I didn't say anything, because I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding it by, like, the end of the bat, like, the place where you hold it, and so he kind of took it, and I kind of, like, lunged forward and kind of lost, like, my footing. And so my mom was like, just let go, and so, I kind of, like, slipped and I fell, kind of on, like, my side.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from that, my mom said to go to the car, so I just got up and ran out the door.
Okay, did you see, when you fell towards your side, did you see what he did with the bat?
No, I wasn't.
Man, having so many people on rewind is driving me nuts. You know? Like, this is one of the worst nights I've ever seen for rewind mode. Plus, I think you guys probably thought I was serious when I was saying that Lori's a hero because she freed Charles Vallow's real soul from Nick Schneider, who was taking over the body. Man, it's almost like nobody even heard that part.
Really looking in that direction because from where I fell, the door was kind of more in my line of vision because I fell looking this way and the door was like right there, so I didn't look back.
So he was he was at a different line of sight than what you were looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point you saw him kind of take a step back, and from what you're saying, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, you didn't necessarily see your uncle pulling back, but it seems like that maybe.
It seems like he wouldn't have taken a step back.
Okay.
On his own, so it's more of an assumption than anything. Okay. I didn't see him physically take him back.
And does that make sense based on where your uncle was at that time?
Yeah, he was behind him because he wasn't on this side with me and my mom, so he was behind him.
Okay.
Because that's kind of just the order where everyone walked out.
And when that happened and then your mom told you to go, did you see what happened with your stepdad and uncle?
No.
Okay. And then once you went outside with your brother, you never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have, like, her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like, in the bigger room right here, and so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's, like, a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room.
Okay.
So when I went in, I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back. So I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think. I think she was inside when it happened, and the door opened like immediately after.
Oh man, that's brutal. That is so damning right there. And put that together, what was said a few minutes ago. Okay, this is what it sounds like. Boom! Then Lori leaves the house. Tylee says, you know what, is Alex okay? No, he's just fine. Because she knew that Charles had just been shot. Okay? Oh, that's amazing.
So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a long period of time, because I remember not like thinking about it for that long, and if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
So obviously I don't know like your mom and stepdad and uncle like you do. I don't. So
what do you mean what was the loud noise? Of course it was the gunshot. One of the gunshots. I'm sure that there was 2 shots apparently.
Can you tell me kind of where the 3 of them were at kind of emotionally and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening, or like before?
When all this was happening. So like when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was like, he was like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly...
Thank you, Jessica Schubach. Are you catching what I'm saying? Nope. So you guys need to be a little bit more interactive with the replies. I haven't seen, it's like almost like everybody's brain dead tonight. Okay, so a few minutes ago, she said, hey, she came out of the house and told me that Alex is just fine. Okay, because she was concerned about Alex. Then a few minutes later, when asked, that she came out just after the big, loud popping, the sound, which was a gunshot. Okay, now they probably got in the car, drove away, and then a second shot happened, because you wouldn't want, the self-defense thing is a little bit weird if there's a, well, I don't know. I mean, you can shoot somebody twice in self-defense, but that's what is being told right there, is that Lori saw the shooting. She came out and told Tylee that Alex was just fine.
He just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
I know, it's weird living it, isn't it? So here's the thing, is I think the elements of the story that she was allowed to see might be true. She just didn't see what was going on prior to that. Okay, because it was all set up by Lori and Alex.
Like, screaming, and like his face was beet red. He just looked like really mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second, and I honestly, like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure, like, rage. Like he was just seeing red. So I haven't really seen him like all the.
What are you guys talking about the purse? When did they say that just now? I missed that part.
Mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second, and I honestly, like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure, like, rage. Like he was just seeing red.
Why do you guys keep typing in the purse thing? Where is this coming up? Are you guys like 40 minutes behind and I missed that part, or?
So I haven't really seen him like all the way like that before. That's like the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm, like not super calm. Obviously, it was like a stressful situation.
Almost feel like I'm going to stop the show. Everybody keeps typing in, Lori sent Tylee in to get the purse, over and over and over again.
but he's like, I don't know, he was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of my mom, but he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay.
And my mom was just he was yelling and my mom was kind of just like talking.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But you don't remember, if you do, like what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
All right, I'm gonna rewind it to this area here.
And then I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see anything.
Oh, there it is.
And so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's like a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room.
Okay.
So when I went in, I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back outside with your brother? You never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have like her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like in the bigger room right here. And so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's like a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room.
Okay.
So when I went in, I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see
Yeah, she saw something. I can tell by the way she's saying it.
anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it's so crazy that she would send her back in to get a purse. Why didn't she just get the purse?
I think she was inside when it happened, and the door opened like immediately after.
So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a long period of time, because I remember not like thinking about it for that long.
So it's like Tylee's already going out, then there's a bang. You know, she hears a bang, she's outside already, I guess. And then Lori comes out, and then she goes, well, is Alex hurt? Oh, no, he's fine. He's fine, yeah. And then, hey, why don't you go back in and get my purse? I mean, what a weird suggestion.
And if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
Yeah, and also, why would you send... I mean, Lori already knew that Charles is dead at that point. She probably wanted to see the shot. So, she wasn't nervous about Tylee or anything being injured by Charles going back inside, but it's also kind of weird. Why would you want her to go back inside to possibly get a glimpse of what happened?
So, obviously I don't know, like, your mom and stepdad and uncle, like you do. I don't. So, can you tell me kind of where the three of them were at, kind of emotionally, and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening, or like before?
When all this was happening. So like when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was like, he was like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
Like screaming, and like his face was beet red. He just looked like really mad.
I wonder if she was being coached into, Charles is really Nick Schneider, you guys. Maybe she was being coached into that a little bit, and she doesn't really buy into it. That's why it just wasn't going to work out, and they needed to kill her because she wasn't totally sold on it. Because the way she's describing Charles right now is sort of the way Lori would describe Charles. He's this crazy, evil demon. I've never seen him like that. It was really weird. And that's kind of how she's describing him. And that sort of seems like that information right there is coming from Lori.
I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second, and I honestly, like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure, like, rage.
It didn't
like,
look like
he was
him.
just seeing red.
Who did he look like, though?
So,
well, he looked like Nick Schneider. I mean, I didn't mean to say Nick Schneider, but he looked like Nick Schneider.
I haven't really seen him, like, all the way like that before. That's, like, the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm. Like, not super calm, obviously. It was, like, a stressful situation. But he's, like, I don't know, he was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of my mom. But he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay.
And my mom was just kind of, he was yelling and my mom was kind of just, like, talking.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Right, so your mom was just absolutely talking quietly, and Charles is yelling, right? So some of that sounds completely bogus, because she almost said, oh, they're both yelling at each other. She said that. No, I mean, well, no, my mom was just talking.
But you don't remember, if you do, like, what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
Honestly, like,
we're talking about something that probably happened over 2 seconds of time. So.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like 2 seconds and 40 minutes at the same time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't remember what they were.
Yeah, Charles was probably trying to be a dad, where Lori is sort of like this flaky, stupid ass, just dumber than shit, lazy parent. And so Tylee probably used the "you're not my dad" card often. Like, you're not my dad. I think it's Joseph Ryan's my dad. And he'll, you can't punish me. And I bet you that was pulled out a lot. And that was probably fostered, that feeling, by Lori. Because Lori wasn't going to be somebody that would tell her to, hey, listen to your dad, Because that's just Lori. She's just a really stupid person. I mean, Lori Daybell is probably got an IQ of 96, right below the, moron stage. I mean, just watch her. That stupid fake laugh that she's got. I mean, God. And here's another thing, too. To believe the stuff that they believe necessarily means you are a moron. There's no way around it. If you believe that evil spirits take over a body and it traps the soul of the original inhabitant, and then the only way to free that soul is to kill the physical body, an exact theory that was presented on the show Walking Dead that I actually stumbled upon while rewatching the entire series. I found a segment which is absolutely mimics what they wrote in their doctrine.
They were really saying, I just kind of heard yelling over everything. I don't know, I kind of just do that whenever things are like really loud. I kind of just like tune what people are saying out, because I don't know, just yelling isn't fun, obviously, for a kid to hear. And with my biological dad, I always heard him like screaming and stuff, so I kind of just learned how to like tune it out.
So when you woke up to yelling, and you had said you weren't sure what they were actually saying, did you know who was yelling when you heard the yelling?
Yeah, I knew it was my stepdad. Well, at first I kind of didn't. Like, when you first wake up, you're kind of disoriented. And then I remembered that my stepdad was, like, coming in to take my little brother to school today, so I immediately, like, knew it was him. And then my uncle I knew was staying, so I knew that was him. And then my mom, obviously, I knew that was her. Yeah.
And then, so you stepped out of your room and you took the bat with you. Is there a reason why you took the bat with you?
Honestly,
well, here's what I think is weird is like Chad deemed, I think, Tylee an evil spirit herself. Like that, like she is a dark, right? But hadn't been taken over by a spirit. She was just a dark soul, and yet they wanted to. I don't really understand. So you want to kill her to free the soul that you deemed dark? I don't know. Something weird about that.
I think that was kind of just like first instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously I didn't ever hit him with the bat or anything like that. It was kind of just for like security, I guess, to know that I had it. I didn't do anything with it. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have brought it out at all because it caused more trouble. But it was kind of just first instinct, and it was right by my bed. So I kind of just like jumped up and grabbed it.
So I'm trying not to put like words in your mouth and stuff.
You're good.
So was there something in particular that you were concerned about that you would have taken the bat with you?
Only if he had been violent towards like me or my mom.
I'm assuming you're talking about your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah. But it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to take the bat and like do something with it. It was kind of just like, I need something in my hands to like feel safer.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder if Tylee would still be alive today if Lori had seen this interview. What do you guys think? Because this entire interview they probably weren't certain about it, but man, this whole interview supports her. I think she could be, you know? Yeah, it's weird.
So my kind of second dumb question is, and I don't know that there necessarily is.
I think they killed both of, well, especially her, because she knew too much about what really happened.
But I always kind of want to make sure is there anything that, you know, we...
Although it could just be that she was killed because Chad was like, yeah, I just want a fresh start. I don't want to have any kids around. So I'm just going to deem them dark, and you go ahead and kill them, and that'll free their original souls. So I can just be with you. You know what I'm saying?
We didn't talk about, or I didn't ask you about, or anything that you think is important, or anything that I should know, because it's harder for you because you were there, and so I'm asking questions about something I didn't even see. So I just want to make sure, like, I didn't miss something or anything that you think I should know about.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. And if you think of something, you know, in 5 minutes and tomorrow or whatever else, we can always talk again. It's totally fine. So I talked to your mom about we have some victim services people that work here. They're not cops. They're really good at what they do. So I really want your mom to talk to them because I think it would be good that your mom has and you guys have some, maybe kind of some extra support if you need anything, kind of go moving on. So I'm going to check in with your mom real quick, and if she's good to go, then I'm going to introduce one of them to you guys. That way you guys can talk before I take you guys back. Okay? Sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me at all?
No.
Okay. If you do, let me know, okay? Okay.
I mean, it's sort of interesting just to watch people when they're sitting doing nothing. But she doesn't seem like emotionally, you know, not upset or anything. She's just kind of like, get me out of here. Yeah, I think Lori will be fit to stand trial at some point. I think she's full of shit right here. I just think she's a really dumb human. But that doesn't mean you're not, you know what right and wrong is. You know. She just wanted to believe what Chad was saying because she too didn't want to have JJ and, Tylee was just, she knew too much. JJ wasn't her kid and Tylee was, an adult, adult-ish, she's almost 17 years old. And, well, she was 17 when she was killed. And she knows what's going on, and she wasn't controllable. So you can tell Tylee isn't a controllable type, right? She's a free spirit. She argued with Charles all the time. She's going to do what she wants to do. Kind of a rebellious kid, has her own car and everything. And that's just a lot of headaches when you're in the business of taking out a bunch of different people for insurance policies. What do you mean? She just is. Look at her. What do you mean? She just does what she wants to do. She rebelled against her mom, her dad all the time, just does her own thing, doesn't really listen, doesn't do, She's just a typical kid like that, and she wasn't going to be controlled. Right? I mean, she's a 16, I don't have any kids, but if you have a 16 or 17-year-old kid, I remember being 16 and 17. It's obvious. Yeah. Headstrong. There you go. That was actually a good note at the end of it. So anyways, they basically just keep sitting there, and then eventually they come in and get her, I guess. And then she just keeps sitting there, and then there's a spot where you can hear people talking.
He's finishing up, so he's going to bring your brother over, and then probably me or him or one of us will get you guys back to the house. So they just, Judge has a warrant, we're waiting for them to call back, so we're kind of stuck in this holding pattern. But obviously,
okay, I'm just going to skip over to the.
We're
Hold on a second. All right.
This way,
okay.
If there's anything.
This is the Lori one.
Okay. Well, I think with high school, it's like there's
Wow, it's so loud.
pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it. See if you pass it. She passed it.
Think how ridiculous this is. Look how she talks. She's talking about this. Should have been like this huge red flag to people. She's sitting there talking about like taking an exam and stuff, and it's like, well, you're Husband's dead over there.
And got a really good score?
Yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants. So
Exactly.
She's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right?
Yeah.
L-A-U-R-A?
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He didn't say
Okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines.
Right.
So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay.
That
So,
drives me crazy. God, I can't stand it.
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever.
She learned it when she saw him get shot.
So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he...
Yeah, I think she was remembering her own emails, not his. He didn't threaten her.
Doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we've dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ, and I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see him whenever you want to, come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house, so you moved here with your...
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved...
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to...
Yeah, I notice how, like, when this lady over here was trying to see, like, wow, that was kind of nice, you know, like, wow, gonna rent you a house and everything. She wanted to quickly get in there and sort of, you know, dispel any notions that it was something positive that he was doing. So she's explaining why and everything really quick, you know.
Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his, like, services, his DDD, his anything. He, like, ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him. And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for, like, 30 days and let him take care of him. And let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
Which he did. It's just like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's no easy transfer.
You start from the
State to
beginning.
state, it's a total new thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize,
because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor, she has to live here.
Yeah.
So, because he gets in huge fights up there.
Okay.
And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe all the stuff that Tylee's talking about is what she feels like, and maybe she heard an argument brought out the bat, but the whole argument was something that was sort of planned, because this whole thing was planned, right? So they were trying to set it up a certain way, and not really, God, wouldn't you just love to have seen that on film, just to see what the hell really happened?
And the business pays for it. Right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school.
Oh, okay.
He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever.
Okay.
It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs child. It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee, and I'll get you a hotel and you can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day.
Yeah.
I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls, like, he just ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself, so. He says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like, Dad's going to come take you to school or anything. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of, like, come over or be just mean and say, it's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm going to stay here, kind of thing, because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning, I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he...
Wrong, Lori. That's Nick Schneider's attitude.
Yeah, you notice that? She was saying that it was his attitude. But no, it's Nick Schneider. You forgot to mention that.
He wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good, because I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so.
Do you remember about what time he got there?
Yeah, remember how you make sure that he couldn't get his phone and you were holding the keys and.
He said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me.
You know what's sad is, like, think about it like this. Imagine, if you, knowing that you're gonna die, and the person that you were with that you loved sounds like this. Just hours afterwards in a questioning, I wouldn't call it like an interview, I guess. Right? I mean, just think about that. Like, if the person that you're with right now, can you imagine them sounding like this in when they're being questioned if you were killed in a similar way? Man, it's just, how sad is that for Charles? Because he really loved her. Like, he was really trying to figure out and get her help and try to get her back to the way she used to be. And I think it really must suck if you had somebody that you loved very much and then they just turn into a crazy person to you because they start believing in some wild shit and literally think you're somebody else. And then he's, oh man, I can't imagine that. But at least he was smart enough to change that insurance policy.
He was like holding me, he's like, "You're not taking me to school." And I was like, "It's okay, Daddy can just drive you to school, it's not a big deal." You know, just trying to make it whatever. Calm. Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
And your brother lives there with you?
No.
Okay.
He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like.
Right, so she just wanted Alex there because, no, you brought your hitman over there because that's what he was doing. That's why he had a gun, and that's why you guys intentionally tried to kill him. And that's why you were looking for the insurance policy really soon. And then you got really upset with, let's see, what are their names? Larry Woodcock. And what's her name again? I haven't talked to him for so long now, I can't remember her name. Oh man, I can't remember her name. But remember, so that's the whole yeah, Kay. There you go. Kay and Larry, right. So Kay, she got really pissed at Kay because she was the beneficiary now so that she could distribute it with the kids. What's really weird to me is that she killed... you know, why did she need to kill JJ? She could have just said, hey, you know, we don't want to take care of him anymore. And JJ would have gone back to Kay and Larry, right? And so it makes you wonder, that was just purely malicious. That death right there. It was all vindictive, just as a punishment to basically Larry and Kay. It's just, yeah, it's sick. There's no reason for that murder whatsoever. You could make the technical case with Tylee because she was there as a witness. She wasn't following in line with the doctrine, and she was just going to be trouble. But JJ's death is, yes, pure spite.
My brother there because I trust my brother, and it's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and you know, he's just been difficult. So anyway, so I got JJ's stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and a Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ? And
so he put them in the car, in the driveway, his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for, you know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time.
No, that was Nick Schneider.
And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you?
Right, because he was telling your brother that you're going nuts. You're claiming he's somebody else, all kinds of stuff. You know what I think a little bit? Like, she really didn't like her life at all, taking care of JJ, because, you know, he's autistic and it was a lot of work for her. and Charles was busy out making money to afford a lifestyle, and she just felt like she was trapped. But then Chad came along offering this new world, and it had elements that would allow her to extract herself from that lifestyle. And then she was all in, man. She was totally willing to believe all these different things and go through it all just to get out of that life. You know, it's just, I think that's really kind of what we're looking at here. If you were just going to have a bigger picture, is that she just wanted out of that life and, you know, taking care. Look how she was explaining taking care of JJ. Oh, it's just so, he's big. It's just so difficult. You just get him whenever he wants. You know, it's just, you know, and then even the part about, you know, why don't you take him for a week and see what it's like? So she probably really resented Charles herself after a while because of how, you know, it's difficult. And so when Chad came along, it just opened the door to the possibilities of her getting out and being with somebody else. It's insane.
You texting Adam, like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother. And,
Maroney, remember?
you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down.
Morani.
Blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families. Because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people...
Did you hear that right there? God, she just answered the question. That was crazy. That sounded exactly like what I just said. Why would I want a divorce? So I could babysit the kids more? So my answer is to kill them all. Man, that's exactly it.
And so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families. Because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tylee and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ and he's special needs and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of it by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling
nuts
and screaming,
like breaking
like,
things.
yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us and pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical.
Okay.
Before, and with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them. Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset.
Yeah, like sometimes she forgets that she's in this interview and she's sort of letting out what she really feels about these kids, especially JJ.
And she had a bat and she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed
her alone, like, right? So she was really, whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him like...
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then, I mean, that was all
and he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, or, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way, whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this, if they were at all?
All right, you guys. So right now, if you're in here and you're not a channel member, you should become a channel member, because there's an option on there that's only $1.99 a month. Okay, and then you get the cool emojis that everybody has. Also, if you guys want to help out on with super chats and whatnot, see, my cameras are all messed up because now I'm higher up on this one. There you go. Yeah, there it is. Now it's up. So on this channel, whenever you're a channel member or you're sending super chats or the ad revenue, I donate about 40 to 50% of all channel revenue to, and that's, you know, the net revenue, to charities. And on this channel, we've donated this year $34,500, last year $22,000, and based on the pace of this year, if we keep up the same pace next year, this channel, with because of the freaks on here, hey, thanks Ashley, because of the freaks in here, we'll have donated $100,000 to true crime related charities. That's what the goal is for the end of next year. It'll probably be more than that, because if at the end of this year we should be at like 40, I don't know, I'd say like 42 or so, maybe 41, and that would put us at 63, and that would be 37 next year, which would be downwards to get to 100. All right, so this channel makes a difference no matter what, even if you don't agree with stuff that I'm talking about. All right, but you know, consider sending in super chats, or you know, the Streamlabs button there, or PayPal, anything like that. PayPal I use to make sure that, you know, we get some months I've even donated like 50 to 60%. Like if the channel brought in $8,000, then after taxes you'd get 6. I've donated 35 or 4 of those months. So there you go. If you can find another channel that does that, let me know. So make sure to become a channel member, right? Woobles and Bill and Robin and all you guys. All right, thanks. get back to this.
kind of get off me, ow, or what, whatever. They were like don't talk to my niece about whatever. Like it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of both.
Thanks,
They were
beholder,
kind of
vomit
in
face.
the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside,
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had stepped back, I guess, and
welcome, Patricia.
then Charles was coming with me, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
Thank you, Shogun.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging, swinging it backwards. He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay.
Well, he was doing a backhand like a
baseball
tennis player.
Okay.
He was doing a backhand like a tennis player. Hey, wow, thanks. Ashley Nicole, Tony Lee, and K-Dog. Join the freaks. That's right.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro when he was young. But yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
I don't know. Tylee said the same thing, that Charles was in there. Wait, said that Alex was out with Charles first. Lori said Tylee was there with the bat before Alex came out. Yeah, I don't know.
So you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was looking at me with the crazy eyes, like, what just happened? And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
It all happened very quickly. I feel like I was there because I was right there, and a second later. I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
It was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was going to come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police and come back, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
See, I think she didn't want to give him the phone because they all three already knew what was going down. Tylee didn't, though. She came in and just caught the end of a typical, oh, here's the dad, Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't typical, but for her, maybe they got in fights a lot, so for her it didn't seem that weird. But she didn't hear the first part of it. But the reason he didn't have his phone is because he might have called 911. Charles might have. Because he'd done it before. Remember, just just prior to that, he called 911 and was trying to get her committed because she was calling him Nick Schneider. And look how now she's sort of sounding normal. See, I think she is far from, when I say crazy, I mean the technical crazy thing. Now, most people go, well, you'd have to be crazy to believe somebody's Nick Schneider, or some evil spirit. But not necessarily, right? Like, they know what right and wrong is. They just want to believe in something, in her case, to satisfy the desires that she wanted. She wanted out of this life. You know, not to bring up, you know, Chris Watts, but that's sort of the similar motive in his case. He realized how much he liked life when he wasn't with his wife and he was with his girlfriend when they were gone. And he couldn't imagine ever losing that. So his choice was to kill the entire family to get that life. And that's sort of what she's doing here. She likes the life with Chad, the time she's been with him, and the freedom it felt not having to take care of JJ every single day and just all the stuff. And so was more than willing, and I think that's where the evilness of Chad comes in, is he built in to their religion certain things, like this whole evil spirit thing, to allow the justification of killing the physical body of individuals. And he was deeming people evil that he wanted out of the situation, and Lori was more than willing to believe that kind of stuff. But what I might ask is, if Tylee had an evil spirit inhabiting her, I guess they must have thought the same thing about JJ at the very end there. Why would you take him to Yellowstone for one last sightseeing operation? Right? Like, why would you take him there? Why would you take an evil spirit to Yellowstone? Can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, "Are you taking JJ to school?" And I said, "Yeah, we need to call the police." And he said, "Okay."
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because
No, it's not Speakeasy Doll. She's acting the way... She's not disassociated. She really just doesn't give a shit that Charles was killed. She's acting normal for her. This is how somebody acts when you don't give a crap. She probably quit loving... Well, she really still loves Charles, but she fell out of love with Nick Schneider a long time ago.
I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do, and Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. Do you... and you may not know...
Like she's acting exactly the way somebody who kills somebody intentionally would act, because they didn't give two shits about them. So for me, she's acting absolutely normal, given the fact that we know that she killed him intentionally. Now, had she loved him and he died and she acted like this, then yes, I think she was having some weird disassociation deal. But then I would actually question how that person died, because it's very rare to have somebody act so nonchalant like this in a death, unless you had something to do with it. No, Nick Schneider that's a real thing, yeah. I mean, it's not real, but she said she believed that the evil spirit that was inhabiting Charles Vallow's body's name was Nick Schneider. It's in documents.
So, because I know you heard the shot, do you know...
Oh, is it Ned? I thought it was Nick. Is it Ned Schneider? I thought it was Nick Schneider. I don't know. Who cares? Schneider. Okay. So it's Ned? Okay.
At what point your brother had the gun?
Who's Nick
Do you
Schneider?
know if he had it when they got in their
It's
first
his evil
fight, or
twin.
did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, so this case right here is very similar to a lot of the other cases. We were covering it before any of the other YouTubers. I actually interviewed Kay and Larry Woodcock 3 or 4 times. They came on. They loved the channel. They were just so nice and friendly. And then Dateline got a hold of them, and I got a phone call from Larry's phone, and it said, the person said, we're Dateline producers. They don't want to talk to you anymore. So they bought out that whole situation. But we covered it, and you can go back and listen to those. Yeah, hold on a second. They were pretty interesting interviews, though. And then one of them was pretty cool because they came in and cleared up something that one of the sisters said. No, it's Nick. It is Nick Schneider. Who the hell are you guys talking about? I'm looking it up right now. Well, they keep... hold on a second. It's in articles as Nick and Ned. It's crazy. It's all over the place. Go look it up. That's funny. I'm going to have to go... trying to verify this now. Yeah, the East Idaho News. You know, they're like the quintessential... hold on. Right there. Look. Look at right here. This is East Idaho News. Right here. I tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really bad lately, Vallow told officers. Charles. She's had a break since I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. Okay? Hey, all I can do is tell you what, and it's Schneider, S-C-H-N-E-I-D-E-R, not Snyder. Right? So, who's right? I don't know. Maybe there's a Ned. I thought Ned was an actual, like an actor or something like that. Hold on. No, it's just something else. Alright, guys, so I don't know which one is which, but Nick's in a lot of the articles. Ned, I saw Ned pop up a couple times too.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother...
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So... It was so fast.
I don't want to look him up, Caslin. That sounds so boring. I don't even know what you're saying, even.
It was so fast. Like him on the ground, rolling around, and I'm screaming. And
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it was like super fast.
Yeah, well, she was wrong then.
And I don't know if you know this or not. Does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like, I know he's a gun person. Like, he has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
No.
When he came over?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because he's very, very professional.
Oh, welcome back, Cindy Lynn.
Professional.
Not sure why you left.
Responsible is usually a good
right, responsible with guns.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him, and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember it?
No, East Idaho News is the main source, and they should get almost all the credit for everything on this case, right? They were, they covered it, I'm sure, before even I got on it. I don't know if they interviewed Kay or Larry prior to me, but those guys were just, unbelievable. Incredible coverage on that. Remember, he got the surveillance footage at the storage unit. He flew to Hawaii and did that interview, and they just didn't give a damn about anything. Thanks, Cindy Leon.
At any point, hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
Yeah, Nick Schneider. Okay, Caslin. I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the different comments.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that
You know what I'm wondering, though? Why didn't they pull in the previous interactions that they had just weeks prior? You know, when Charles and her were at the same facility here, wouldn't they want to be more like, you know what, let's go look at what was said in these conversations. Oh, wow. And then sort of add that in to some of the questioning.
you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So,
step back?
yeah, go for it.
Just thinking.
Are you meditating? Trying to get your... Wait, what was that asked right there?
Something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So,
step back?
yeah.
Let me hear this.
This question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So,
step back?
yeah, go for it.
Just thinking.
She almost left the room there. Do you see that? She went behind the veil for a second. You know how she snapped back in? She was like that. She went behind the veil. She's asking the angels. Guide me, angels. Guide me.
He was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you
know how
think-
you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from 16-year-old boys before, and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like is something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Yeah, there you go. He was going ballistic about. She couldn't finish the sentence because that's the same error that Alex made while he was sitting down. He was accusing us of... Oh, yeah. I don't know. He just got angry. Right here. Look at how similar the situation is. Man, do you guys see that? Oh, yeah. That's so similar. Watch.
So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about.
Oops. About the same thing that he was accusing. Oh, oops.
It was bad.
Okay.
She didn't follow up right there. Ballistic about what? Go ahead. What was that?
I'm going to go talk to her real quick. Okay. And then if, obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm going to go talk.
Yeah, you guys used to, when you were channel members, you used to have light and dark values associated. Like maybe Cindy Leon would be a 4.2 dark at this point.
To her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you, and then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms, so we're going to just try to get as much done as we can.
All right, I'm just going to move it past this part. Look at her right there. She sits like this for like 20 minutes. Okay. That's what she's hearing inside of her head. Listen, everybody. Listen, listen. Listen, can you hear it? Yeah. Alright, so that's that. She sits there for 20 minutes doing this. Look at this. I mean, God. Alright, and then it finally gets back over to people again. Oh wait, hold on. A little bit of an end here. Inside the mind of Lori Daybell.
So this is Denise.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, sorry. Bye, sweaty.
So she's gonna take you over to like a conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff. And then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Okay, sure.
And then
listen to this part
We
coming
still
up
want her to
here.
be left alone and
Yeah,
by herself.
yeah.
She's freaking out. Like,
So we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief for as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you got lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his rental car.
We tend to do strange things
Oh,
sometimes.
God.
Yep.
I like this one better.
Every time I'm here, something changing in this place. Do you need to use the restroom or anything? I'm good right now. Do you? Okay. I'll have you put your sunglasses on. Just sit here, sir. But I'll have you sit over here. Let me see your hair again real quick.
Yeah.
I'll get some photos.
Oh yeah, he really nailed you there.
Yeah, I'm slightly overweight.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, join the club. Other than that, have you blood pressure or anything, or medication that you need to have?
No. Just
Okay.
it was a little high in my last physical, but not.
Oh, okay.
Nothing major, no medication or anything like that.
Groovy, okay.
Bloated shit. Look at these guys just joking around. You just killed
Do
somebody.
you need another water or are you good? I'm all set, Robert.
Okay.
If you're good.
Yep, I'm good. The only thing is what he was using to
Okay.
clean his head. Other than that, this is all his property.
Okay.
I did call a night detective to have that
Photograph, you did?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
If you could have a call one for
Yep,
the
I'll do
interview
that
room
right now.
downstairs, thank you.
bet. Are we still on pot?
I think they were going to clear it, but I had my radio off. All right, Alexander. My name's Nate Moffat. I'm a detective with the police department.
All right.
I wanted to walk through what
Yes.
happened today.
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in on this.
Let me just write a couple things down. 83744, 83744. So, are you still living out on
Yeah.
Cherie Street?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah, this is just totally random. It has nothing to do with what we're doing, but I have for my apple when I eat it on the air. Listen to this new sound effect I've got for it. Watch. I don't know why that's funny to me, but anyways, I was looking at that sound earlier. It was just like, what the? Oh man.
Are you working right now?
I'm off this week.
Okay. Well, where do you work at? What do you do for them?
On drive a truck. Mostly hauling has waste.
Okay. What's the cell phone number for you? Okay. What about Soch?
Okay. You guys gonna talk about anything?
Okay, I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened. Patrol kind of, Rob, or the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into the phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go...
Oh, listen, we've lost 5 more subscribers. Hold on, let me get some more going here. Hold on a second. Just a second. Unsubscribe, unsubscribe, please unsubscribe. If you hate the channel, unsubscribe, unsubscribe, hate the channel, unsubscribe, hate the channel, unsubscribe. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'm trying to get it down like another couple hundred. Alright.
Yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
L-O-R-I. L-O-R-I? Okay. So...
Yeah.
The big thing I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. So, because kind of some of the information we got from Patrol didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to. So, walk me through what happened today.
Well, I stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay.
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really just.
Oh, that's weird, but that's not what Lori said. She said you stayed overnight because she knew that Charles was coming over and wanted to make sure she was protected.
Decided I was thinking maybe I was going to take her to the range.
Okay.
Or
the range, like the driving range or the shooting range? Interesting.
Go do something.
Okay.
And I'll take JD to some water park.
Oh yeah.
Movie or
okay. There it is. He was going to take Lori to the range, and that's why he's saying that he had he's trying to make it seem like that's reasonable why he had his gun with him. Thanks, Cindy
last
Lee.
night, and this morning Charles showed up, and I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori are married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling, and then I got between.
You're saying the range is a restaurant? Okay. Sounds like he was trying to make an excuse of why he has his gun with him.
He was following her and yelling, and then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat, and I'd separated for a minute, and then my sister walked around me there in the living room.
Well, we don't know if that's what he was talking about, though.
Following Lori and yelling.
The restaurant.
And Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, "What are you doing?" And I got between them, and then he hit me, and I just went down. And when I got up, he was still yelling, and so I went into the bedroom where I was staying and grabbed my gun. And I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came at me and was saying, "What are you gonna do?" Like that, and coming to me with the bat. I said, "Put it down." He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles, where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom, and you heard the argument.
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedroom?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he meant the range, the shooting range, 100%. The way he said it, too. Take her to the range. Would you say the range? I don't know. I don't know. If it was a restaurant, I don't think he would have just said a restaurant. I think he would have said something generic, like take her out to get something to eat.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori and yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? No. Did he already have the bat? Okay. No. So Charles is coming towards Lori. They're coming towards Lori.
And I I shoved him back.
Okay.
And I said, "What are you doing?" Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so he's not gonna hurt my sister.
Okay. So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that? And that's in the. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
He got back up and he comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori.
Okay.
So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house, or where are you?
Right close to the doorway of that bedroom.
Of the bedroom you were staying?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, I don't remember why, he backed up, and then my sister came around behind me, and they ended up in the living room, and then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was staying in.
Okay.
With her bat.
Okay.
Yelling at Charles. Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she cut around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back, they went back towards the living room?
Yes,
After you shoved him, did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he falls to the ground, he gets back up, you're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So
she was behind Charles at first, and then she cut around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back, they went back towards the living room?
Yes,
after you shoved him, did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
How come that was never brought up by anybody else? That Charles was shoved and hit the ground.
Okay, so he falls to the ground, he gets back up, you're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her bat?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something, and then he backed up, and then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So he had backed up, I had cleared the doorway, so then she came around, and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled at him with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around him in the living room, he stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
Would I find it easiest to...
I was going to draw the...
Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
Would I find it easiest
I did something just like this
in the...
Just
to kind of draw a rough floor plan?
Sure.
Yeah. That's awesome. I can do this.
So we'll make this the living room.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen. So Tylee's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there so I know, and then you said that's kitchen.
Yeah.
And then
so the doorway's here.
Okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused at? Okay.
Yep. And then there's another.
Well, the thing is Lori said that she had Alex stay there because she was scared about Charles coming the next day. Alex is saying he went there to take the kids out. Oh, I was maybe going to take her to the range. It was all just for fun. So somebody's lying right there.
Another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So do you first get involved when they're down by your room?
They come all the way into the... She comes into the room and he comes right here and I stopped him right here.
Yeah, okay. Like in the Jody Arias case, I took the picture just like this and I drew right where they were drawing, and then it turned out to be an exact, not exact, but a pretty good replica of the bathroom. And then you can start plotting out where the movement they're claiming it to be on the actual drawing itself.
She came into your room.
Yeah.
Okay. So she comes into your room. He's coming at her aggressively, and that's when you pushed him.
Yep.
So you push him down.
Yep.
And then he gets back up.
Yep.
And
then he yells, and then he backs up.
Okay.
And then Lori goes around and goes around him, and they're still going at it.
Okay.
Right? And then Tylee comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
Okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's
plastic
a
bat?
aluminum bat.
Okay.
So she comes at him, because she's tiny, so that's like her thing. You know, she doesn't have anything, but she wants to help defend her mom.
Okay.
So she comes at him, and then when
they've already moved back towards the living room.
So they're going this way.
Okay.
So Lori's here, Tylee's here, Charles is here. I'm here, Tylee goes at him with the bat. Then he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him, and he turned around and cracked me.
Thanks,
That for the injury that's caused on your head? Okay.
Well, there was some shoving first, and I got spun around.
Okay.
And then popped. So I go back here.
Yeah. Yeah, how'd you get hit in the back of the head?
He's still yelling and threatening me.
Okay.
Weird.
And then, so I was standing here, and he was there.
Okay. So you're standing right there, he's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you going to do? It's like, you're going to threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just going to defend myself, so you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you going to do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
Okay, so he came at you at the bat. What was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay, so he's holding it low and he's coming at you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to, like, put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
I don't know. I think there was something in there. I don't think Tylee could pull off that lie that well like that. She seemed like she was literally describing something, especially when she started using her hands to describe something.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know. A couple.
Okay. Were Tylee and your sister?
I didn't see him, so I don't know where they were.
Where's JJ at during all this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
I think.
Okay. But you, as far as you think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living room.
They were no longer in the room.
Okay.
When I come back out.
Okay. So they're out of the room, so it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm holding the gun.
Okay.
If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you got to be ready for the repercussions.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, because he basically, you had said earlier that he had the bat.
Yep.
And he asked, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And you had already told him to put the bat down, and then he just came at you, and you shot him.
Yep.
Okay. And you're thinking a couple times?
It was more than one shot.
Okay. So more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay. What make?
It's a Springfield XDM.
Okay. So it's an XDM 45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in it, do you know?
Just standard target.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting? Okay. Yeah. So you fire a couple times.
Yep.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
Right after that, I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head, and then I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone, and then I went back into the kitchen and called 911.
Okay. And then,
except it was 5 minutes later.
Your sister and Tylee.
So it took you 5 minutes to put the gun in the room and get on the phone?
Tylee again? Did they come back in or not?
Not till they drove up.
Okay. Then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they drove up outside.
Gotcha. What's going on with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live there?
No.
Okay. So where's he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay. So both. How long have they been separated?
Up, January.
Okay. So 6 months or so, 6-7 months?
Yeah. He's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay.
Welcome,
He came and threatened me and Tylee at my house.
Yeah, I remember them saying that he called Lori. That was in those documents
there was a little confrontation
months ago.
Mostly between Tylee and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
No. I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay. So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
You know, it must have been way longer. I think, what were they saying, 45 minutes? Because that doesn't make sense that he would call 911 5 minutes later, and then they came back within, Lori was back there within 5 or 10 minutes. After all going to Burger King and buying, I didn't even think about that. That should have been kind of obvious back then, because she leaves the house just as they're fighting. He shoots him, and at the same time, he claims he calls 911. 5 minutes later, we see the whole 911 call. The cops show up. They sit there, and then she comes back. There's no way in hell she could have gone to Burger King, got the breakfast, went to school, came back, all that stuff in that short amount of time.
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay. Is he JJ and Tylee's dad?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with his head.
JJ's
It's
dad.
barely
well,
even
actually,
scraped.
Lori he's
Stupid.
Charles's nephew. He's his niece's kid.
JJ is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was a meth addict, and they adopted JJ.
Okay. So they adopted JJ,
Yeah.
but Tylee is not?
Not his.
Okay.
That was
so
a
he would
true
be a
story
stepdad, I
right
guess.
there.
Okay, so stepdad. When's the last time he's been in town, or when's the last time you've seen him?
Last time I saw him was at my house in February, March.
Okay. Was he here last night? Did you guys have any interactions with
No.
last night?
No.
Is there any history of domestic violence between Lori and Charles?
Not physically that I know of.
Okay.
Not physically. But yes, there is mental abuse, because Lori was saying that he's Nick Schneider.
How old is Charles?
60, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. How old's your sister?
44 or 5.
Okay.
Is it sad that I don't know?
I have to do the math.
It's hard not to remember that, like.
Right. Each birthday, you're like, that didn't happen.
God, who laughs that hard on something so stupid like that when you just
Is there
killed
anything
someone?
else that you could think of that I didn't ask about that I need to know right now?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Did Lori ever say, like in the last couple of days, that Charles was coming to town?
Yeah, she said he was coming to pick up JJ.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you guys were expecting him to show up today?
Right, but see, look at, he has a different reason why he was here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew, okay.
He doesn't want that to be part of the story.
It wasn't like he just showed up unexpectedly?
No, it wasn't
Okay.
Notice the high pitch in there.
surprise or anything like that.
But you don't know what they were fighting about?
His behavior was a surprise, but him showing up was not a surprise.
Okay.
His
let me
anger was
just
a
walk you
surprise,
through
but him
my
showing up
understanding
wasn't.
of it,
Yeah.
to make sure that I'm accurate. You were in your room.
Yeah.
Had you even gotten up and like been out of your room this
Yeah,
morning?
brushed my teeth.
Okay. So you're in your room. You hear.
How come nobody asked Lori or Tylee how long it was? Like, how long was it before he got back home? Nobody asked any of that question to any of them. That would have been a huge red flag early on.
I'm just on the phone, and then I just hear them coming around the hall quick.
Had you seen Charles before, or like that morning?
No.
Okay, so
No.
you hear them arguing.
Yep.
And
First time I see him is at the doorway.
At your doorway.
And I shove him back.
So Lori comes into your room.
Yep.
You're in your room.
Yep.
You get up at the doorway and basically get between him and Lori.
Yep.
You push Charles back.
Yep.
He probably fell down to the ground or did fall to the ground.
He stumbled back.
Okay. So he stumbles back. He comes right back up,
Yep.
and he's talking past you,
Yes.
still yelling at Lori.
Yes.
But you don't know what he was yelling at.
I don't remember.
Okay. So at some point in time, Charles backs up. Lori comes out, and they both go around you and towards the living room.
Yes.
Tylee comes out of her room with a bat.
Well, he wouldn't have blood on him if he shot him, you know. If he was coming at him, he shot him from, 5-6 feet away, he wouldn't have blood on him. Although doing CPR, you should have some on your hands for sure. That would be something they should have checked when he walked outside. Did he have any blood on his hands at all? Because he was doing CPR right, let's see. He was doing CPR right up until the time the police got there.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
And basically, they've made their way into the living room.
Yes.
So Tylee pokes her dad in the back.
In the front. In the
In the
chest.
front. Okay, so
He committed suicide on the same date that they exhumed Tammy Daybell's body, which was when was that? December sometime.
She's come around this
Yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so she's come around.
So this is Tylee, and that's Charles.
Okay, so she pokes him in the back,
Yeah.
or in the chest with the bat.
Yeah.
You know how many times about, or
Just once, and
just
then he
once?
grabbed the bat.
So he grabs the bat, takes it away. You come towards him.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he'd have any on his
and
knees.
then what happened
You
right
don't
after
have to
that?
have it on your knees.
He shoved me and spun me around.
Okay.
And then cracked me in the back of the head.
Cracked you in the back of the head. He
Yeah.
hit you one time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
I stumbled forward, yeah, and then I went back in there.
Did you fall to the ground when you got hit with the bat?
No, my head bounced.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
Yeah.
Get the gun.
Yeah.
Come back to the living room.
Yeah.
Now, Tylee and Lori are gone.
Yeah.
And
it's just me and Charles in the living room.
Okay. And Charles, what's he doing again?
Nah,
He's
Lori
got
was still
okay.
And he's looking at me and he's going, "Wha-" and I told him that, I said, Charles, put that bat down. And he goes, what are you going to do about it?
How were you holding the gun when that happened?
Holding the right hand.
It could be true that when he came in, he didn't see Lori because she was down the hall a little bit, maybe about to go out the door. Yeah, but Lori heard it, knew what happened. I don't know. But this whole thing here is bullshit. What he's saying right now, this never happened. He just walked out of that room. I don't even know. I think he might have even had the gun already on him. Maybe tucked in his pants, and he just shot him. And all this stuff is made to look like, because if he says the gun was in his pants, that would look a little bit premeditated. So he's saying that he was hit with the bat in the back of the head after being turned around, and then he went running into the room, and he got the gun. So let me see. So Charles just stood in the living room when there's nobody else around, just still holding the bat, waiting for you to come back out. That's that'd be a weird scene.
You pointed at him. You tell him, Charles, put the gun down, or put the bat down.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say?
He's like, what are you going to do about it?
Okay.
And then comes at me.
Okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was two.
Two? Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head.
Yeah, toss some paper towels and wash my hands off.
And then go back to your room.
Wait a minute. Wait, why would he wash his hands off? Because that's prior to... Why would he need to wash his hands off then? To get rid of the gunshot residue? See, that doesn't make any sense there. Because he forgot that, oh, wait a minute, I was doing CPR on him just as you showed up, but now he's trying to explain why he doesn't have anything on his hands. They just didn't catch the timing of it.
Put the gun down,
yeah.
Grab your phone, come back to the kitchen and call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me hear that.
And they walked me through and tried to do
crazy.
Looking at me and he's going, "Wha-" and I told him that, I said, Charles, put that bat down. And he goes, what are you going to do about it?
How were you holding the gun when that happened?
Holding the right
so
hand.
you pointed at him.
Yeah.
You tell him, Charles, put the gun down, or put the bat down.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say?
He's like, what are you going to do about it?
Okay.
And then comes at me.
Okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was 2.
2? Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head.
Yeah, toss some paper towels and wash my hands off.
And then go back to your room, put the gun down,
yeah.
Grab your phone, come back to the kitchen.
See, why would he need to wash his hands off to go put the gun in the room to get rid of the gunshot residue? Is that right? Does that make any sense?
Kitchen and call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they walked me through and tried to do...
Why would he wash his hands off?
Okay. Anything else that you can think of that I need to know, or that's important
That's
to
going to
this?
bug me. Why would he say that?
So that's all there is.
Okay.
He was trying to explain the later not being any blood on it, but he forgot. Wait a minute, I did CPR later.
If there's anything else that I need to know. I'm going to get a tech out here to take some photographs of you if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
So if you want to hang tight for me, you need the restroom or anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, hang tight for me.
Yeah, it's
I'll be right
amazing.
back. I'm going to go have somebody take us some photographs
It's amazing how long they make people sit in these rooms.
of your head.
Yep.
He was in there for 45 minutes straight after this, without a soul. It's like nothing going on in there. And then look at this. So we're looking at on here 229, and then all the way over to here is, we're right at this point. He gets up and walks around. That's 27 minutes later.
Quick look at your hands there. Okay. Oh, you got a little cut there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Actually, you know what? Can we just hold off just a moment, because I want to get someone to get a picture of this on your hand.
Yeah.
I'll try to expedite that just quick enough, and if not, I'll try to go grab a camera. Are you okay holding for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then another 257 to another 20 minutes. Look at now, he's holding his hand out. Notice how before watch it. Hold on a second. Watch this. Watch. See his left hand? His left hand wasn't part of anything. He didn't even notice he had a cut on it. He didn't even notice that at all. He was like, yeah, oh yeah, whatever. He's laying there. Then this person mentions it. There, watch her. This is great.
Can I take a real quick look at your hands there?
Oh, you got a little cut there.
Oh, you got a little cut there?
Yep.
Ooh, yeah, that's something else I can sell.
No worries. Actually, you know what? Can we just hold off just a moment, because I want to get someone to get a picture of this on your hand.
Yeah.
I'll try to expedite that just quick enough, and if not, I'll.
Now look how he's already holding the hand.
Are you okay holding for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Now look at he's got the hand out there like, oh my God, it's a, oh, hold it, whew. You know, watch this when you play the. Look, I'm scrubbing this through. He basically, look at it. Look, you don't want to knock any of that blood off that hand, man. Keep it just still as hell on that table. Keep it sticking out there. Do not touch it. He noticed something there. Look at that hand. Look at that hand now, man. That left hand is glued to that table. Look at that thing. Look, this is a 20-minute span where that hand does not even move more than a couple inches. I mean, look at this. Bam, he's got it all dialed. Oh, now look at it. He's got it in the pain position. Right there, watch. Oh. My hand is throbbing at this point. And then let's see if they get right on that when they come back in, because here they come.
Yeah.
My hand's been throbbing this whole time.
I'm going to take some photographs of you. I've got to do some swabs of your hands too, and then of your injuries.
Well,
Can you spell your last name for me?
Well, you can do swabs of my hand, but remember a minute ago I told you I washed my hands in the sink for an unknown reason. There was absolutely no reason for me to wash my hands at all after I washed my head and then I washed my hands. It's really weird. Look at that freaking hand. It's still sticking out. 22 minutes later, everybody.
What's your birthday?
Well, I would say that's about the easiest last name to spell in a long time. And while she's getting stuff there, I'll just ask you some questions about it. So I see you got this.
Oh yeah, it's been brutal, man. Since you pointed it out to me, it's been throbbing the whole time.
Other injuries? You feel any bruising anywhere?
Do you have any ice, sir?
I don't feel anything.
Okay. And we'll take a look at his map.
And he keeps noticing that he's gesturing with it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It looks.
Marks or injuries back there. Sure.
So I know you were hit in your head. Are you okay to stand up?
Sure.
Okay.
He should have played that off a little bit more. He should be like, hey,
yeah, absolutely.
And then we'll get
hold on.
What's that?
So face me first.
Oh.
Basically, I'm going to do a set of overall.
I'm going to get this all back in the right position now. Hold on a second. Yeah, now you can see the whole thing. There it is.
And then I'll swab your hands and it won't take that long. Just look right at me.
Sir, do you need a cast for that hand at this point?
Now, were you, these are clothes you were wearing at the time of everything?
Okay, look right at me. I'm just gonna face that way with
You gotta admit, he played up that hand on that table. That thing was just
face the wall so your back's straight.
22 minutes held in the same
Turn to your
position.
right. Okay, face me again. All right, and then if you
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
Put your hands like this. Just bring it back so you're
God, that was funny.
So you're like this.
I think that needs the laugh track. Didn't you guys hear that one? Whoa. He said that don't you hate when they tell you to pose and use your good side and you don't have one? Okay, I think that, let me see if I got the, this one would work. Or, yeah, let me do that again. Let me rewind it.
Basically, I'm going to do a set of overall photographs, and then we'll do your injuries one by one, okay? And then I'll swab your hands, and it won't take that long. Just look right at me.
Is that after that, or?
Now, were you, these are clothes you were wearing at the time of everything?
Okay, look right at me. Okay, turn and face that way with your whole body. Face the wall so your back's to me. Turn to your right. Okay, face me again. All right, and then if
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
Put your hands like this. Okay, just
Okay.
So you're tilted.
Hold on. So these pictures exist out there somewhere.
Face the wall so your back's to me.
God, he's hilarious, man. He should have sold that as a writing gig.
All right, and then if
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
Put your hands like this. Okay, lower them just a little bit so you're tilted down more.
Okay.
So you're like this, tilt.
Oh, hands.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I am a full service shop.
Just speed this up.
Blew her a little sick.
This guy is
so many different people. Everyone's got kids.
Yes.
And then you next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of summer when there's nothing going around, and within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
more
God,
just
I know.
IDNA.
How prophetic was that, huh?
And to have that mixed in there.
He didn't. This was before COVID.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field. Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on. Is that your house down there?
No, I live in San Valley.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my sister's house.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never been in that neighborhood ever before.
Yeah, that's great. That's freaking fantastic. What else we got?
And no injuries on the top of your hands at all, right? Okay. Nothing else hurts on your arms?
Nope.
So the only other thing is the back of your head? Okay. Does it hurt only on this side or on this side too?
No, just on the,
Just
this
where
right
that
there.
actual
Yeah.
cut is, okay.
Yeah, it's just pebbles and I got those ugly red moles.
Okay. I just wanted to
Looks like
make
it's
sure
a
that
little-
wasn't another, another mark.
I don't know, I can't see the back of my head, so I'm sure it's not pretty.
Ugly red moles, huh? Boy.
Your haircut's pretty decent.
He's got them all, man.
Except that, voice up, you still take it. Except for the lump there.
I guess he must have a little lump.
Fancy.
I mean, he is a stand-up comedian, right? You guys have seen him on YouTube, right? He has that one video out there.
Yeah.
Not everybody uses this.
I've never seen it used before.
I do it all the time.
No, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Step stool?
No.
Oh.
I have a viewer on my camera, so I can
Oh, nice.
move the camera.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I was just
Wow.
saying, I've never seen
You know, now
anything.
what kind of camera do you have? I was
I've
wondering.
got the
Have you ever thought of getting the power shot
adjustable
lens? It's fantastic.
LCD
What you
on
can
the,
do is you can zoom
Sony.
in on the.
Okay.
They're really nice.
Yeah, it makes you be able to see different angles without having to...
He is so
you can
happy
shoot
that they're talking
crazy
about
angles and
other
still
things.
see what you're doing. You don't have to have your eye behind the camera. It's really nice.
All right, I'm gonna have you sit just so I can do a couple more.
Okay.
Now, can you get that hand out? Make sure to pose it in its the pain position.
That one is the other one's maybe I should give out.
I wonder if it'll offer that at some point. Something like, "Do you need a picture of my hand?" Ooh. Ooh. Oh, look at the blood running down his
They'll be excited
head.
when they switch to the new mirrorless. Those things are light.
my wife has one of those.
I love that thing. I just got one about 6 months ago.
You said the Sony?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
A73.
I think she has the A6 something.
Right. That's 600?
Yeah, I think that's it.
6,000. I think
It's one.
Okay. And then he's sitting in there again, all by himself. Wonder if I've got any good music for that. What's this one sound like? These things sound pretty funny. Oh, God. So guess what this sound effect is called? Elevator music. That's exactly right. Well, I'm going to check it. What's this one called? Oh, that's a party one. I gotta test these out. But anyways, he sits there for, I don't know, how many minutes is that? 17 or 15 minutes more. Then they come back in.
Who's texting your other brother? Is it Andy?
Adam?
Adam? Do you know anything about that? Okay.
Nope.
Let me rewind it. Hold on. Right there. And this will be it. And then we'll get. You know what? The interesting one is Melanie Gibbs.
Sorry about that.
Interview.
Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience.
She's cool.
All right, so
It's fun staring at nothing.
So, just want to kind of go back to a couple things real quick.
Yep.
Your sister had mentioned something kind of historically. I guess she said she just recently moved back. She went to Houston or somewhere, and then recently moved back about 3 weeks ago. She was saying something about Charles texting your other brother. Is it Andy?
Adam?
Adam? Do you know anything about that? Okay.
Nope.
So I'll kind of walk through an order.
Sure.
When the argument initially came your way, you said you were on the phone?
No.
Okay, you were just in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said you were on the phone.
No.
So you weren't on the phone with anybody?
No, my phone was in that room.
Okay, your phone was in the room, so were you?
Yeah.
And then they came your way?
Yeah.
And then you're not sure where Lori and Tylee were when you came
When
back.
I came
with
back
the
out,
gun.
that's correct.
Okay. Where was your gun at in the room?
It was in my bag in a case at the foot of the bed. So the bed was.
Hey, thank you, Matha, for the PayPal. She was sending them per swings of a bat.
Here, and then the gun was here in a case.
Okay. Inside like a duffel bag or something?
Yeah, it was like a zip, a little orange bag.
Okay.
And then my case was in there.
Okay. Is it the hard plastic?
Yeah, the hard
case?
plastic with the foam and the extra clips and everything.
Thank you, TTGO Tracy. This is the final
Is there a
stretch.
reason you spent the night there last night?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just hang out. We were going to hang out today.
Okay. Did your sister ever tell you she was concerned for her safety or well-being for Charles coming there?
No.
Ah.
Watching him interact with her.
See that? This guy, when he left the room, they got that information. Lori said that she had Alex come over there because she was scared for her safety, right? So that's a he knew it too when he came over there.
Do you normally carry a gun with you?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't have it on your person during this?
Every time he's got the high pitch, he's lying.
No.
Okay. When we talked about Tylee basically having the bat, Charles taking the bat
Yeah.
away from Tylee, you said there was a struggle after that.
Yeah.
What happened?
I grabbed it from behind.
Okay.
And then we went to the ground. And then we separated, and he hit me, and then that's when I left.
Okay. So you grabbed him from behind.
Yeah.
And how come you grabbed him from behind?
Because he was in front of me, and he was going after Tylee with the bat.
What was he doing with the bat?
He just grabbed it from her, and then I jumped in. I don't know what he was doing with it.
So he was going after Tylee with
Yes,
the bat,
yes.
and you grabbed him from behind,
Yes.
around the neck or
over the shoulder like this.
Okay. You grabbed him from behind.
Yeah.
You pulled him back, and you guys
I
both
pulled him
went
back.
to
We
the
both
ground.
went to the ground. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see him swing the bat at you?
No.
Okay. So you pulled him to the ground. You got back up.
I got back up. He hit me in the back of the head. I don't know if it was with the bat or not. I assumed it was.
Okay.
Because he had it.
Okay. So he hit you at the back of the head.
Yeah.
And you go to the room.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know where Lori or Tylee are when you go back to the room.
Correct.
Okay. You come back from the room.
Yeah.
And you basically get you initial or marked kind of here on this corner.
Yeah.
That you're basically at the corner of the living room.
Well, this is the hallway here, so there's like a wall here that divides the kitchen.
Okay.
So I'm somewhere in this area.
Okay. And he's in the living room.
Yes.
And he still has the bat.
Yes.
Is he now focused at you, or
Yes.
is he focused at Lori?
He's focused at me, and he's
Okay.
yelling at me, and then he moves towards me.
What was he saying to you? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay.
I just remember yelling.
Okay.
And then I was watching more body language.
No, you remember. You just didn't want to say it. Now you remember not to say it because earlier you said that he said he was, what was it, accusing me of accusing. And then he didn't want to say what that was. Now he remembers not to say anything. He goes, I don't even know what the hell he was talking about.
And when someone aggressively comes at you.
Okay. Are you, do you have your CCW?
Yeah.
Okay, so you, so he's basically coming at you and he's yelling, you're watching his body language.
Yeah.
And you said you told him, and I didn't, when we're talking,
Yeah.
I'm trying to not take notes and listen to what you're saying.
I'm trying to calm the situation.
Okay.
With a gun,
back,
yeah.
And he's, fuck you and whatever,
Okay.
coming at me in.
Did you ever tell him to leave, or did you say drop the bat, or?
First I just said drop the bat.
Okay. And then did you say anything else after that?
I didn't have time.
Okay.
Well, you had time to go to the room to get a gun.
He's kind of holding it in his hand.
The gun is right.
See, here's the thing: is to me, it's really red flag when he's Charles is in the dining area. He goes and gets a gun and then comes back with the gun. Why didn't he just run out of the house or something? You know, or because JJ, I mean, yeah, Tylee and Lori had already left the house, and JJ. So all he had to do was run out, go do something else, or shut the door, and not go back out and confront him. But it's weird because then he goes back out right next to him. He claims. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like cut and dry self-defense at all at that point.
Okay.
He didn't chase you into the room, is what I'm
then
saying.
You go to the kitchen.
Correct.
And then back to the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. When you went back to the bedroom, you washed your hands.
No, I washed my
Or I'm
hands in
sorry,
the
wash
kitchen.
your hands in the kitchen.
Yep.
You put your gun back in your room.
Yep.
Where'd you set it at?
How come they don't ask him why he washed
you
his
set it on the
hands?
floor.
God,
Get
that's
your
such an
phone,
obvious
call
question.
911. And then when did you realize Lori had gone?
Hopefully they
Did you
ask
call
it
her?
coming up.
No.
Okay. So you called 911. Did you do CPR on him?
I did.
Okay.
I tried.
Okay. But you weren't on the. I must.
You see that right there? He looked at his hand. I tried, but my hand is so... Did you see it? My hand was so sore, I wasn't really able to do it too well. Watch that. Watch what he just did right there. Watch.
You called 911. Did you do CPR on him?
I did.
Watch
Okay.
it.
I tried.
Okay.
Right here.
But you weren't on the. I must have mistaken. I think you said you were on the.
Brings
phone.
the hand back in.
Oh, yeah, no.
Did you hear them arguing about his phone?
I don't. All I heard was her say, "Don't touch me," and then him coming right after her.
Okay. You said that a couple months ago.
Thank you,
Tylee was at
Nicole
your house,
Wilson.
and
Wow. So
he
generous.
came over. What happened? Tell me a little bit more about that.
He was going insane trying to locate Lori because Lori wasn't talking to him.
Okay.
They had split up. So he was bugging everybody in the family, blowing up their emails, phones, just sending text messages, just anything he could do to try and get somebody to tell Lori to contact him. So he was just spazzing out.
Thank
so
you,
Tylee and I
Nicole
were
Wilson.
pulling up to my house, and he comes
On behalf
he
of all
followed
the
us, and he
freaks.
sped up and blocked my driveway. And he got out and ran up to me real aggressively, like he was going to do something. And he just stopped and talked. And then Tylee got out and yelled at him. And then that lasted, I don't know, 15 minutes in the front.
Okay.
A lot of screaming at Tylee at Charles, and Charles trying to leave and her not letting him because she wanted to get everything out that was bothering her.
Okay. So he didn't go after Tylee at that time.
Physically, he did not do
Okay.
anything.
Was that another instance, like another day? Is he talking about? I missed that part.
Have you spent a lot of time around Charles?
Yeah.
Is he hot-headed?
Not normally.
Okay. So have you ever, besides the argument between him and Tylee, have you ever
No.
seen him like you saw him today?
No.
Okay.
No.
How would you describe him today?
Very aggressive.
Okay.
Physically aggressive. Going after Tylee, going after Lori, going after me.
On your Arkansas.
How long have they been together?
15 years?
Oh, that was weird. My
a good while.
My ESPN popped up on the screen. Gosh, I was trying to pay attention.
Did they live here before?
Yeah, they lived here a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay.
They lived here.
Every time he does say,
They lived in Austin. Then they moved. Then they moved to Chandler. Then they moved to Hawaii. And they moved back here. And then I think they split up.
And then she moves to Hawaii
She went
again.
to Houston for 2 months, and that wasn't working out. So then she came back here and got a place.
Okay.
And then he had just come back out here.
And he got a place, or she came back out here and got a place. How long ago was that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Within 2 months.
Okay, so the last couple months. But she never said anything about having you come over because she didn't feel safe with him or because he was showing up or anything
No.
like that? Okay. Is it normal for you?
She had expressed that he had threatened her in some email and text messages.
Okay.
Saying he was going to stop her or destroy her or something to that effect.
And when did she tell you that?
No, I don't know. A couple weeks ago when she got the text.
Okay. So that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
we talked about it, but it wasn't anything.
Gotcha.
On
So
the top of my head.
you weren't under the impression that she had you there to make
No.
sure that he was,
No.
didn't
He
cause an
wasn't.
issue or anything like that. And you had the gun so you didn't bring a gun for that purpose.
See, a good follow-up question would be to ask Lori. So when Alex came there, he was aware, right? I mean, he admitted that he was aware that he was coming there to protect. Is that true? Oh yeah. See, because you can lie, and see that's what should be done right now is to ask Lori. Yeah, I mean he was there. He was there under the impression that he was going to protect you in case Charles went off, right? That's what he's saying, anyways. And she'd go, "Oh yes, he was well aware of that." Boom. Then you've got a lie that Alex just told right there, nailed. But it doesn't sound like that's happening.
Always carry it.
Okay.
I had my other gun in the truck, and my niece just gave me a gun. I thought we'd maybe go to the shooting range, because my niece gave me a.
Like they didn't really take a lot of effort to.
She didn't want it anymore.
Make sure that lie, the contradiction there was cleared up.
She's got tiny hands. I was gonna let her shoot it.
Okay. Just recreational for sport, not because you felt you needed it for
no targets,
self-protection or anything.
No, I never considered Charles to be violent or a threat before today.
Okay. When you grabbed him when he was going after Tylee and your sister, you grabbed him around the shoulder, you yank him to the ground, but you never saw him swing the bat at you at that time.
Correct.
Okay. When you got up, what happened right after you got up?
Well, we went to the ground and separated, and then I was getting up like this, and my head bounced.
Okay, so as you were getting up is when you felt the strike to the head.
Wait a minute. Now I thought wait a minute. He said before he got hit in the head when they were sort of pushing each other, and he got twisted around and got hit in the back of the head. Now he's saying they were on the ground together, and then he's getting up, and then he gets hit in the head. Man, aren't they catching these things? They're just...
And you got up, what did you do? Did you go...
I just went straight to the room.
Okay.
Because I said, hey, this needs to calm down.
Okay.
And that's what I was hoping would happen.
So when you got back with the gun, you were assuming that he was gonna...
I thought he would back down at that point.
Okay. And he didn't?
He did not.
Okay.
Well, I checked the PayPal a few minutes ago, and there was one from, a couple from Martha that I mentioned a few minutes ago. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but thank you very much.
Anything else you could think of that I need to know that we haven't talked about?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. You don't need any medical
Come on,
history,
Nicole
right?
Wilson.
I'd like to get that cut clean.
What's going on?
Up.
Okay.
Did you just play the slot machines? Oh, the alien again. There it goes.
I think we're almost done.
Yeah.
So if we're almost done, we'll probably get you and Lori and Tylee back to the house. You won't be able to go in.
Yeah.
Because we're working on this as a scene.
Absolutely.
How did the injury on your arm happen?
I'm guessing somewhere in the tussle.
Okay. Were there any strikes thrown besides you getting hit in the back of the head?
No, just me shoving.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
And that was initial in the bedroom.
That was when the.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's when I got involved.
Okay. And then the only other time we got physical with anybody is when he was going after Lori and Tylee, and you grabbed him around the neck.
Correct.
Dragged him back, and you both fell to the ground.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We're just running a criminal history to make sure that you're not a prohibited possessor, so there's no felony convictions.
Correct. There was a confessed felony, aggravated assault.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas, in 2007. I think.
Have your rights been restored, or are you legally able to?
Yeah,
your rights are restored.
Well, you didn't finish the sentence. How you took a stun gun to the courthouse and attacked Joseph Ryan with it, trying to kill him, actually, because Lori, I don't know what you call her. It seems like she's like a supreme being to you, and you'll do anything that she wants. She wanted you to, so you went over there and you tried to kill him, and then in prison you tried to get a hitman out there.
All done.
Able to possess a firearm.
I was never convicted.
But, never mind.
I pled guilty, but they had deferred adjudication in Texas, so I completed probation, and then.
Gotcha.
That was that.
Okay, so it was an open-ended thing, so
Yes.
it's a misdemeanor now.
Well, whatever. it's just on there as a whatever. I don't know what the technical record is.
Okay.
I know I went to court and she said all your rights are restored and gave me the paper and I'll find out.
Gotcha.
After 4 years.
All right, hang tight. I'm gonna go see if they're done with Lori. We'll get you guys all together so we can get you out of here.
I think this trial is going to be over a month long. It's just so complex. Sorry. Just think of how complex it is. You know, we're sitting here watching this. They're going to have to they're going to review all of these. They are going to look at all of the body camera footage. I mean, you have Hawaii, Arizona, Idaho. I mean, you know, Yosemite up in that area. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. It's going to take at least a month to get through this.
Just make sure that the people that are monitoring don't have any other questions that I need to ask.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate your patience, man.
No problem.
I think this music fits this guy, doesn't it? This guy, something's wrong with him, okay? I'm not even sure how to turn that music off. Where is it? There we go. Alright, well anyways, there we go everybody. We did 4 hours again, and we got all the way through the interrogations. They do let him out here. What's that part? Right here. Let's see if he gets some extra chuckles in at the end. Like
Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
Alex. All right, we're just gonna walk over and we'll go where your sister is.
Sure.
Here's that.
Okay, you're ready to go, buddy.
Oh, is that what you were wearing when all this went down? Okay, just make sure.
Yeah, I notice there's no blood on it whatsoever. Even after doing everything. So anyways, there is that, and tomorrow, well, yeah, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we'll just go over the other two. Melanie Gibb is pretty interesting. For all the haters that want to donate but never will. Well, they're not really haters. Well, thank you again, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. Wow. Yeah, there's all those haters that come in. Why do people
For all
send
the
it?
haters that want to donate but never will.
Yeah, if you look right here, it's because of you guys, though, why we're doing all this. I mean, how I'm able to, as a channel, donate $34,500. It's because of you. You know, if it wasn't you guys supporting my channel every single day, every single night, every show, you know, we wouldn't be able to do it, and I wouldn't be able to keep doing what I'm doing on here. Now, if the show started off, yesterday we had 67,451 subs before the show started, and then we had 67,445 when the show was over. And then today when I came in, we had 67,421 when the show like 30 or so. And we're down 19 during the show, and I'm just wondering if there's some more of you out there that can please unsubscribe that hate me so much. Just hit the button. It's not hard. Just unsubscribe immediately, okay? It's okay. I'm just trying to weed out the trash. You get what I'm saying? I just want regular people that like to go over true crime, figure stuff out, work through things rationally. If you're not one of those people, you know, just get the hell out of here. That's all there is to it. Okay? Yeah. All right. And that's really exactly what I think too. I'm not making something up or anything like that. I would be more than happy to get that down, even 1,000 people, as long as I weeded out all the people who only subscribed for maybe one case or something. Yeah. I'd be more than happy. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go. But listen, I appreciate you guys all showing up. I am working on another serial killer for Serial Killer Sunday. The one I'm working on this week is one that I hadn't heard of before, named Farian Wardrip. He killed 5 people in, I think it's Florida, if I remember right. Maybe hold on a second. Let me just open up one of these and figure out. I don't know if it was Florida. Doesn't feel right. No, it wasn't Florida. It was somewhere else. But that'll be an interesting one. Something I haven't heard of. So that's going to be on Sunday. The one I was going to do was Florida, and this one wasn't one from there. I think it might be Texas, I think. Yeah. Wichita Falls, Texas, I believe. So there you go. That'll be the Sunday show. It won't be one of the really famous ones, but an interesting one nevertheless. I got to get it all put together, though. It's been kind of rough. They don't show up much in the newspapers.com, but they're on another site. And I don't know. It's a pretty bizarre one. Pretty bizarre. So anyways, thank you guys very much. And, you know, Nicole Wilson right there at the end. That was pretty crazy. Thank you. All right, let's see. So thank you. Yeah, Nicole Wilson started the show off with a cat eye. And then Allison, I don't know if it's Tack, P-T-A-K. And then Carla Hussey, Living It, Noel Girl, Coach Melting Mel, J.D., Lanny M., Cairo, Carla Hussey again, Lori Fisher, B. Holder, Pamela Nassif, Amber Maiden, Carolina Girl, Dari D., Linda Howe, Lisa Discovers, Matt Pavia, Lanny M., Kit Kat, Kathy Friedenmaker, Jessica Schubach, Beholder, Shogun Love, Ashley Nicole, Tawny Lee, K-Dog, Georgina Stoliker, JSD, Sheila, Cindy Leon, Alifair M, TTJO Tracy, and then Nicole Wilson, all 3 cat eye donations. Then there was also Ashley Nicole was a cat eye donation earlier. And then we had on PayPal, I'm hoping I'm getting somebody, I don't know if it's the same name or not, but hopefully I got it right. But there was one earlier today by Cheryl Lynn, very, very kind, cat eye, double cat eye. And then this one is another cat eye by Charleston Amy. And then Paulette Leonard, Christy, and then Martha. I don't know if it's Martha or Matha, twice. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Made up for a couple of those slower nights during the week. Anyways, I hope you guys thought that was interesting tonight. You know, a little bit. Anyways. Oh, my stomach just went. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Maybe I should have eaten something earlier. You guys hear that? That was like really loud. Yeah, I don't know how to update the membership. Zozo can probably help you out. Yeah, I think you just click on the button below it. Yeah, cat eye is when it's $50 and that big cat comes on the screen and makes the sound, but tonight I didn't have it on for most of the show. So, alright, guys, thank you very much. We will see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a... Where the heck is it? There it is. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, thug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak collector, and I'm always gonna look at that. And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a looks just like her too. I have no agenda, I'm no offender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody, talk to you later.
Read and listen, as a Mac with his brand new invention, something grab holding me tightly, flows like a harpoon, billion nightly. Will it ever stop, y'all? I don't know. Turn off the lights, let all glow to the extreme. I the mic like a vandal, light up the stage and watch it jump like a candle. Dance, for the speakers said boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. Wanna play a dope melody? Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it, leave it, better can't wait. Better hit those that a kid don't play. If there was a problem, y'all all solve it. Check out the hook for my DJ revolves it. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the fingers are pumping, quick to the point, no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning up. Yeah, quick and nimble, go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat. With a souped up tempo, I'm on a roll, time to go solo rolling. In my 5.0 with my rack top down so my hair can blow. Scribblers on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, just rolled on, kept on. Go super to the next stop. But the left, I'm headed to the next block. Block ahead, y'all, so I continue to A1A. Detroit Avenue. Girls wear hot, wearing less in bikinis. Hot men lovers, driving Lamborghinis, jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. She was engaged and the number was a 9.
Gunshots rings out like a bell.
Grabbing a 9 on the her was shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas. Bubba to Bubba, avenue's packed. Trying to get away from the jack, cause Jack, please on the scene, you know what I mean? That belly up, in front of the dope thing, that there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook for my DJ revolves it. Doom, 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 doom. N-A-S-A-T-E-R-I-G with a double D. Said I go by the unforgettable name of the man they call the Master G. Well, my name is known all over the world by all the foxy ladies and the pretty girls. Going down in history as the baddest brother there ever could be. Now I'm feeling the highs and I'm feeling the lows. beat starts getting into your toes, you start popping your fingers and stamping your feet, moving your body and you're sitting there and said, damn, stop doing the freak, I said, damn, right out of your seat, then you throw your hands high in the air, rocking the beat without a care, rocking to the beat without a care, better show aside MCs for the affair, now I'm not as tall as the rest of the game, but I can rap to the beat just the same, got a little face and a pair of brown eyes, I'm a gratitude lady, hypnotized, singing on and on and on and on and on. Beat don't stop until the break of dawn. I said it on and on and on and on and on. Diddy bop, diddy bop, diddy bop, diddy bop, diddy bop, bop, diddy bop, that's how I come alive, yo. Give me what you got. Hey, what up to my music? Hey, that's what I always say. Well, I was just trying to imitate you. Wow, that's pretty good, Timmy, but you suck at rapping, okay? Well, who's to determine if I suck at rapping? I think some people think I'm as good as you are. There isn't anybody out there that thinks you're as good as me, okay? Gee.
I thought he was pretty good, Mary Lou.
Thank you, John Boy.
Hey, no problem. We're kind of like the two people that are left out of everything.
That's true, we are, aren't we? I don't think Zozo and Nicole Wilson like me at all. I think they both hate my guts. I know that's mean of them to hate you, but they love me, and that's all that matters. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 40's on the run and then he's dying of thirst. Brew was on my hand and he was on my tip. His always rose right after me for a sip. He said, can I get some? I said, you can't run. Had a chance to run, pulled a shotgun. Quick on the draw, thought I'd be dead. Put that gun to my head and this is what he said.
My name is MCA, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. What do we have here? An apple and his beer. Around this find you what is done, I'll make myself clear.
He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 40's on the run and then he's dying of thirst. Brew was in my hand and he was on my tip. His voice was right after his voice sip. He said, can I get some? I said, you can get none. And I just run, blew the shotgun. Quick on the draw, thought I'd be dead. Put the gun to my head and this is what I said. Name is MCA, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. Now what do we have here? An outlaw and his beer? I'm gonna find one of them, I'll make myself clear. What you hear is not a test, I'm rapping to the beat. Me, the groove, and my friends are gonna try to move your feet. See, I am one the mic, and I like to say hello. To the black, to the white, the red, and the brown, purple, and yellow. Boy, we gotta bang, bang, boogie to the boogie, say up to the boogie, to the bang, bang, boogie, let's rock. Get up, rock the rhythm that'll make your body rock. Now, so far you've heard my voice, but I brought two friends along. And next on the mic is Ron and Hank. Come on, Hank, sing that song. Check it out. I'm a C-A-S and the O-V-A and the rest is F-L-Y. See, I go by the code of the micro, the mix. These reasons I tell you why. See, I'm 6'1" and I'm tons of fun and I'm dressed to a T. I got more clothes than Muhammad Ali and I dress so viciously. Got party guys, yeah, what up to my music, gee? C-A-S and O-V-A and the rest is F-L-Y. See, I go by the code of the doctor that makes these reasons I tell you why. See, I'm 6'1" and I'm tons of fun and I dress to a T. You see, I got more clothes than Muhammad Ali and I dress so viciously. Got bodyguards, I got two big cars, I definitely ain't the whack. I got a Lincoln Continental and a sunroof Cadillac. So after school I take a trip in the pool, I wet really on the wall. I got a color TV, so I can see the Knicks play basketball. Hear me talking about checkbook, credit cards, more money than a sucker could ever spend. But I wouldn't be a sucker or a bum for the rocket either down till I paid him again. Everybody said, hotel, motel, what you gonna do today? Say what? I'm feeling the highs and I'm feeling the lows. Feet start getting into your toes. You start popping your fingers and stamping your feet and moving your body while you're sitting and you're sitting there. Damn, start doing the freak. I said damn, right out of your seat. Then you throw your hands high in the air. You're rocking to the rhythm with a dairy hair. Rocking to the beat without a care. With the short side NFCs for the affair. Now I'm not as tall as the rest of the gang, but I can rap to the beat just the same. Little face, pair of brown eyes. I'm a credit to the ladies, is hypnotized. On and on and on, on and on. Beat don't stop until the break of dawn. Singing on and on and on, on and on. Like a hot diddy poppy poppy pop, diddy diddy poppy pop poppy. Don't ever come alive, yo. Give me what you got, cause I'm guaranteed to make you stop. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me wonder, Mike, what are you waiting for? Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. If your girl starts acting up, then you take her friend. I'm off the G, I'm on Vallow, it's on you, so what you gonna do? Let it hip hop, hippity hippity hip hip hop, and you don't stop. I ring it to the bang bang, the boogie say up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogity beat. Alright everybody, thank you! Thank you very much! Thank you! Thank you!
Why are you saying it like that? You sound just like Zozo at the end of her song that she sang. Remember that?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm imitating her. Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay. People are so angry at that.
Well, I wasn't angry. Alright, everybody. Thank you very much for being on the show tonight. Thanks, everybody, for supporting the channel. Everybody, for the people that joined the channel, welcome. If you don't like the channel, just get the hell out of here. Hit the unsubscribe button on the way out the door. Don't let it hit you in the ass on the way out. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Gosh, Gray, what are you telling people to unsub for, Jay?
Because I don't want people here that don't like the channel. Do you understand? I want to be able to say whatever I feel like saying, and it's okay.
Gee, Gray, isn't it all about just getting subs? Like doing live streams all day long about absolutely nothing?
No, it's really not about that at all. True Crime is trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and spotlighting cases often that nobody else is talking about.
That's a good point. So those channels are just using the system to gain subs.
Exactly right, Mary Lou. All right, you guys, have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And until next time, be safe out there.
Yeah, be safe, everybody.
Hey, you didn't mock me that time.
I sure didn't. Bye-bye.
Wow.